Okay, say something now, Rob.
Something. just be able to hear me. Hang on a second. You know what?
All right, welcome, friends, and sorry for the extended delay there.
Just blame me.
We had some audio difficulties going into the setup this morning. It's not the typical setup, and things are running a little bit slower for me than usual. So I apologize. Welcome, Rob.
Hello.
And I'm hoping before we get started, let's see here. I think everything should be up and running now, but I want to see folks. Can folks in the chat hear us okay? Can you hear me and Rob all right? We've been having some audio issues.
I haven't seen anybody come in.
Oh, yeah, but I'm checking the YouTube stream right now. I haven't let anybody into the chat. I just want to see if folks who are in the YouTube stream, if you're able to hear us okay. They're in a little bit of a delay from us. So folks in the stream, can you hear us coming in all right? Hello, hello. Let's see. Can we be heard? Folks, Rob's video is laggy and choppy, it says. Hey, Rob is on. We can hear you. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, guys. And again, things are a little bit slower running this morning. So it's not my the best setup here today. So I apologize for that. I might actually lower the resolution of my camera in a second here. But
yeah, there we go. We snapped in.
Welcome, Rob, and welcome. We're gonna go ahead and let everybody into the chat. Are you ready for the waterfall of members?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do it.
The video is choppy, though.
Let me see what I can do about that.
You look good. Hello. What's up, everybody?
Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome. And again, apologies for the ongoing challenges here with the setup today. I'm lowering the resolution of.
Sorry, ma'am. I'm eating kettle corn honey barbecue. It's quite good.
And I'm lowering my camera's resolution here. See if that can help a little bit because it is a little wonky today.
That's okay.
So we'll
Wonky's
see.
good.
Wonky's good. As long as we can hear you, I think we're all right.
It's like Ash and Aliens or Alien. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. All right. So we are once again holding one of our bi-weekly chats. Great to have Rob here. As usual, we're going to be doing this with the little timer here. I know it's a pain in the ass when I cut off people, but in the interest of making sure that everybody gets a fair chance to chat, we'll be doing this in 10-minute segments. And already I see people raising their hands. Remember that to raise your hand, you just go to the reaction section of Zoom, and you will then of course, I had to, again, different setup in this computer. I apologize. I'm messing everything up.
No, I don't care. And take the Terminator out when Sarah Connor's, the girl that works at the diner with Sarah Connor, her roommate says, in 100 years, who's going to care?
That's right. We'll have to fix it in the edit later. So, all right.
On a scale of the universe,
it's
nothing really matters.
Exactly. So, all right. So, what did I do here? Of course, I now lost.
Does Alex have a new setup? Does Alex have a new background? Is that the same background? Was that new? It looks new. I don't know. I haven't seen you in a while. It looks new. Looks good. I like it.
Oh man, I'm having all sorts of technical challenges, Rob. Hold on a second, because now I lost the screen on the stream. Now everybody's only seeing me. This is not what we had originally. People don't want to see me. So let me go ahead and fix this.
Sure they do. I want to see you.
Let me get this. No, it's okay. What's going on? Why isn't this letting me change here? Oh, shoot. Okay, here we go. It's just everything is so delayed because the computer's just running a little slow. All right, so folks, I know you're only seeing my big ugly mug. I'm about to fix that in a second here. It's just
I think you're a very handsome man. I don't think you should put yourself down.
I don't
like that. I don't like when people put themselves down. How Come on now.
I'm gonna put just putting Julian Mushkin up on set or on deck, just so you know, you're gonna be the first one coming up here. But for some reason, my computer is not cooperating. Let me see if I can get.
It's okay. I mean, think about it. We got people coming in. We got Stubble in Sweden. We got Julian's down in Orange, or not Orange County, San Diego way, you know, down in that area.
Right.
South of me. You got Tom Jr. Jackson over there on the East Coast. You got Glenn all the way down in New Zealand. Truly, and this is a worldwide chat, people, worldwide. And we take it for granted. Like, damn it, this technology doesn't work.
Right.
You got people from all around the world. You know, before Louis C.K. got canceled, there was that bit he did on, was it Fallon or something? He goes, "This message is going to space. We live in an amazing time, and you're all mad about something." I mean, when you think about it, it's amazing that
that we can even do these things, right?
Yeah. It is. And Louise Sparrow's here from the UK.
Here we go. Finally. Jeez. Okay. We should be showing the full screen of our awesome friends now in the chat. It's coming up.
Pedro's here. I can already hear him. He's like, Are you going to
Okay.
read my Quantum Leap letter yet?
Welcome once again, everybody. Sorry for all of these technical challenges. And I'm just going to shut up and hand it over to Julian Mushkin and let him chat with Rob. So, Julian, you should be able to unmute now.
Sorry we're late, guys. I apologize.
I am unmuted. Good morning, everyone.
Is that a euphemism, or are you just speaking about your computer? Because I think being unmuted is something that we can all say about the coming age, the age of being unmuted. It's like being self-actualized.
Yeah. Well, the first thing I wanted to do was ask you if I wanted to show this off a couple of weeks ago. I forgot to. It's the definitive guide to the
James Bond's cars.
James Bond's cars. My wife got that for me.
Wait. Let's see that again, son.
Yeah.
Show me the spine of that. That is dope. I've not seen this book. I gotta go full screen on this. Hang on. Let me see this. Who publishes Jason Barlow?
This came from it's the BBC put this out with along with Top Gear.
Wow. I need it.
It's awesome.
I do not have this in my library.
Julian, I put you on full screen. Could you show it again so we could all see it?
Dude.
They are so detailed in all the vehicles that they even give mention to any cars that are like tertiary to the screen. They might be parked on the side of the road. And they go, "Oh, we also have a such and such in this scene." And so they're like, it really goes into detail about.
I didn't know that this book existed. I gotta get this.
Have you seen the Bond exhibit at the Peterson?
I think I might go tomorrow because it's the last day.
Closing out, yeah.
Yeah, tomorrow's the last day. I heard they've got the helicopter from Russia with Love.
Yeah.
I'm like, I love those old '60s, early '60s helicopters that are like in every movie.
Yeah. It's good. They don't have this car book. They don't have this book in the shop. At least they didn't when my wife and I were there. They didn't have it in the shop. They didn't have a decent book about the exhibition. So my wife went online and found that.
Nice. You have a good wife.
Yeah,
she knows you well. She's an official, member of the Post Geek Singularity by doing that for you.
Yeah. So
congratulations to marrying well.
Get in there and see that exhibition before it goes because it's decent.
It's funny, when I went to see Skyfall in London, my God, 10 years ago, that Bond in Motion exhibit was there. It had just opened. Because we were nuts. Charlie Lazarica and I was like, I'm not gonna wait 2 weeks to see Skyfall. I'm flying to London. I'm going to see the 50th anniversary Bond film in a theater with a bunch of Brits. We went to Leicester Square. It was to get those tickets. It was 4:00 in the afternoon here, and I was refreshing and refreshing and refreshing and refreshing. And as soon as they went live in London, I was like, click. And I didn't like Skyfall.
Yeah.
I mean, at first I didn't know what to make of it. Then I decided I didn't like it, but it didn't matter because I was in Leicester Square at like the official Bond theater at the Odeon seeing, and it was fun. We had a great time.
There you
I
go.
can't believe that was 10 years ago. I'm going to die soon.
Great times. That's all that's important.
I know, right? At the end of the day, I mean, yeah, I've got a lot of physical media, but what are you going to do? You can't take it with you.
With the time left to me, I actually wanted to talk about foreplay. If you have a moment to talk about foreplay.
I always have a moment to talk about foreplay.
You've often said that, there's not enough eroticism in the media that we're getting nowadays.
I thought you were going to say there's not enough eroticism in relationships, as you've heard from all the women in your life.
I'm not going there. But
I always go there. That's why, hey.
I'm
just kidding.
Go there.
So foreplay, no, not enough. I agree with that. I think I think explicitness has replaced eroticism. I mean, not that eroticism can't be explicit, but everybody just wants to get to the slam. They're not willing to take their time.
And I think that one could make the argument that eroticism, foreplay, that kind of thing is in media is kind of part of a character-driven, rather than plot-driven in many aspects. Perhaps, would you agree?
Yes. No, I think that's a really interesting way of putting it. I've never actually heard it. I mean, look, I think to be a great lover is a skill like anything else, you have to be open to it, and you have to be, and I wonder, I don't think, and our society, here's the thing, I think our entire civilization is forgetting how to live. And what I mean by that is how to enjoy things. And the only way we need to, when I was in college, I went to the Evergreen State College before I went to USC, and you had these coordinated studies programs. And our first coordinated studies program that I took was it was called The Making of Meaning. And we imbue our own lives and everything we do with meaning. I mean, art has meaning because we say it has meaning. The fact that art is human endeavor, like somebody has I wish I could paint and draw. That's a skill I just don't have. I've tried, but I don't have it. But a great painter, I live with a pretty great artist, and she's able to convey truth through her imagery, and we give it importance. And I think that everything, I mean, eroticism is adding that mystery and that mystique to sexuality that I think we all need, because we give it that meaning. And there's nothing better than I go back to look at movies, like look at Wong Kar-wai's In the Mood for Love. There's no explicit sex in that movie. I don't think there's any sex at all in that film, but just the touch when two people's hands brush together in a corridor of a Hong Kong apartment complex suddenly becomes fraught with eroticism, because we give it that meaning. And so did Wong Kar-wai when he directed it. And I think that's what makes life worth living, is we have to create that meaning for things. And I think in our modern day, everybody wants everything so fast that the zest for life is being diminished, and eroticism, the lack of eroticism, especially in movies and TV, is a symptom of that.
I would say also, if good foreplay is character driven, that Andor is character driven story. And
I love when you did that. I see what you did. Bravo, sir.
The foreplay of Star Wars.
Bravo.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Julian. Well done.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I think you're right about that. Everybody wants to get to the lightsabers and the blasters, and what I find really interesting about Star Wars, I've been saying this, is that we talked about it last night on Midnight Musings. We get a lot of Star, but we get very little wars, unless you're watching the actual battles. But what I love about Andor is it's a totally different approach to the Star Wars universe, and Everybody wants the pulp sci-fi, but they don't want to see, like, I love the fact we are watching how a rebellion is being built. You know, from many different sides, whether it's Mon Mothma's side, whether it's Luthen's side, whether it's Andor's side, we're watching a rebellion come together, and it doesn't come together overnight. And I'm fascinated by it.
Me too.
Do you like it? I mean,
I love it.
I never thought, just watching first of all, Mon Mothma, I mean, my God, sexiest woman on TV, I think.
Yeah.
And watching her, you know, work a party, that's erotic.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, you go, Mon Mothma.
Well, those scenes with the ISB, I mean, I audibly went, "Oh my God!" when, you know, the Major gave Ferrex over to, you know, the other. I was like, "Oh, what a slam!" You know?
I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, here's a bunch of people. Like, one of my favorite scenes in Star Wars, even when I was a kid, was the scene in the Death Star when all the generals are all meeting, or admirals are all meeting.
My favorite scenes.
It's one of the greatest scenes in Star Wars because it's all world building. You know, you're listening to the Imperial Senate and how without the bureaucracy and all this, and you're listening to all this stuff. And as a 10-year-old, I'm like trying to figure out, like, oh my God, it felt so real. Like, they take time in the middle of Star Wars to sit down and have Vader and Tarkin walk. The Imperial Senate will be of no concern to us, or whatever. You know, and I thought that was fascinating, trying to figure out, like, what's going on. And it was so great. And the fact that we have, and they flipped it, everyone's wearing white like Krennic in Rogue One. I love those scenes. Like, I could watch an entire episode of Andor just in that briefing room with people talking to each other.
Yeah.
And people like, well, Rob, and you shouldn't have anything to do with modern Star Wars because that's boring as fuck. But I mean, I would love to see that, because the Grand Maester, and let's face it, everyone thinks of him as the Grand Maester.
Yeah.
The Grand Maester, I just love the way he talks.
Yeah.
You know, to these people.
Pieces, please. You know, Partagas is great.
It's so awesome. And what I find so interesting is I don't get why people don't love it. Like, I understand the pacing is different. I guess it's because I've seen all different kinds of movies and TV from all over the world growing up, but I love it. I love that 6th episode, the Eye, that I was tense. I was clenched the entire episode. Like, during that, just when they're marching, I kept waiting because in any other movie, somebody would recognize them and they'd get in a firefight. Like that, their plan went off without a hitch for a long time, and they got into where they were supposed to go. And it's like, are they going to kill kids? Like, it kept going and going. And like, I'm like, I was so tense. And then finally, when it all went down, and went down so quickly, I loved it, because it talked about subverting expectations. You're expecting them to get caught before it all went down. And I kept waiting because I was so conditioned. Like, look over there, that guy's not supposed to be here. Like, they totally infiltrated because they had obviously the man on the inside, which was awesome. It was awesome. Between the pilgrims that were coming and bouncing around, and the two women hiding, then one of them's running across the top of the dam and right past some dude's door, and you're like, he must see her, and he doesn't see her. And it just I love that. I love that. And so this 7th episode's a standalone episode. Then the next 3 are that structure, that 3-episode structure, and then the last 2 are the finale. Man, do I love that show.
Thank you so much, Julian. We've got Stubble coming up now, Rob. So let me go ahead.
Stubble knows what foreplay is all about.
Unmute.
I know. Plus, he lives in Sweden.
Stubble, you should be able to unmute now. I'm going to go ahead and pin you to the screen.
Yeah.
What's up, dude?
Oh, it's great. It's great, as always. When I saw my thought of you, because it's like a red-headed Grace Kelly in space, and I thought,
I might a little older, which I love.
Yeah,
I mean, she's awesome.
Yeah. Anyway, I thought, is there any word, when you hear a word that brings you to a movie, that you hear a word and then you think instantly from a line or something?
Like a word that makes me think of just a line in a movie, or just a
for example, when I hear the word enthusiasm, I think
you would think of the Untouchables.
I think of the Untouchables.
Enthusiasms. enthusiasms.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, that's and the funny thing is our minds both go there.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's true because that whole scene, you can't help you know, when I hear the word funny, to go back to the gangster thing, oh, you're so funny. And I always want to go, yeah, I'm funny, I amuse you.
Yeah.
You know, I always think about Goodfellas, just the word funny.
Yeah.
Whenever I hear the name of Cleveland, like Cleveland, there are two things I think about. I think about Spinal Tap, you know, hello Cleveland, but I also think about Tootsie. You know,
Yeah.
can you pull back? How can you pull back a little further? Well, how do you feel about Cleveland? You know, that's what the cameraman says. And so those are the two things that I hear.
For me, it's enthusiasm, and then I go to De Niro's voice.
Oh, and it's fun. It's and I think everybody has that.
Yeah.
Whenever I hear somebody say, "Are you know how are we getting there?" and someone says, "Almost there." It's in Free Enterprise. The thing that I think in my mind I hear, "Stay on target." You know, that's all I hear.
Yeah.
That's all I hear. You know, and you can't not. I mean, I think if you're a pop culture fan, everybody's got those touchstones. I mean, they're built into our. I mean, I don't know if younger people do, because we watched movies so many times.
Yeah.
Growing up, I mean, I think it was a little different. There's so much content now. I don't think people watch like I think we all grew up with comfort movies where we watched movies over and over and over and over again, and you memorize them. You don't even just memorize them. You like record albums. You memorize how long the silence is between tracks, like how many rotations and how many. And those were as much a part of the experiences. And I don't know if anybody has that anymore, because digitally, you know, you can program your Spotify or your Apple, whatever, to crossfade songs. But I mean, the beats between songs became part of the experience of an album.
Yeah.
Sold.
Anyway, I'm going through 90s movies craze right now.
Yeah, I read that now, but you didn't put what you loved.
No, I have a list here of those I watched so far in this latest. So I watched Unforgiven, Truman Show, Silence of the Lambs, Hot Shots, Jurassic Park, Hunt for Red October, Austin Powers, Green Mile, and The Fugitive. And but I have a lot more to go through here. But I thought that we don't get those kind of movies now
at all.
No, we don't have any comedies now. We only have dramas and you know, low budget dramas and spectacle movies. So we don't have any like The Fugitive.
And that movie fucking rules. You go back and you watch, I didn't kill my wife.
Yeah.
I don't care. I mean, I love that movie. Is Andrew Davis. That movie is so, doesn't it bum you out that all the movies you mentioned, I mean, I guess Silence of the Lambs would have been considered a little low budget, but all the movies you mentioned were major studio releases.
Yeah.
That was the bill of fare. That's what studios did. Nowadays, studios will only make movies if they're $150 to $200 million tentpole properties. And I was doing observations the other day. I don't understand why studios don't do more of what Blumhouse was doing. Why there isn't a low budget division within the studios that are making movies between, let's cap it at 10 million. New, young, innovative filmmakers making movies for 10 million bucks, if they or less, like Lee Wanell's Invisible Man that he made for Blumhouse and Universal, made for 8 million. They release it, it makes $100 million. That's a good business model. Now everybody's swinging for the fences. We're going to spend 200 million and we're going to make $1 billion. Well, okay, that's great, but why not have a steady diet of movies that you're going to make? They feed your streaming services, because just because a movie costs $10 million doesn't mean, or less, doesn't mean it can't be really compelling.
No, and now it feels like they often pay their way out of a problem rather than solving it with creative solutions. So I think it's less creativity on the big budget than on the low budget movies.
Jeff, Bingham says that Joker cost 55 million and made over 1 billion. That's true, but
Yeah.
that's an anomaly.
Yeah.
And that would be great if movies were allowed to do that.
Yeah.
And I would love to see that happen more. But that was a
Yeah. But I watched The Green Mile the other day, and I learned what makes me tear up most of all, and that's not what you might think at first. I think I tear up most when I see old people cry.
wow.
When it's the same with Saving Private Ryan. It's like when the old guy burst into tears, then I burst into tears. I don't know why, but that affects me most, I think.
Well, because I think maybe you know the when you have a whole lifetime of experience, when somebody cries, then it really means something.
Yeah.
I mean, and
Yeah.
by the way, both you're right, because like in Green Mile, you've got Dabbs Greer, who
Yeah.
plays old Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
That movie, Frank Darabont, both of those Stephen King adaptations.
Yeah.
What's interesting, Green Mile was when it was released, people forget this, but it was released, King was releasing it in these sort of bite-sized chunks. He was doing an experiment, and he would release them, I don't know if it was monthly. And when he was writing it, he didn't know where he was going.
Yeah.
With the story, and man, that movie's good.
Yeah. One last thing before Roberto mutes me here. I've been checking out Robert McGee on YouTube. The
His story.
Yeah, screenwriter, story guy. And we have had all these adaptations of comic book movies, novels, and whatever. And he said, and I think this is true, that adaptation is a bad word for describing what you do. He said that a better word would be reinvent for a new medium.
That's interesting.
And I think that's a lot of truth in that, because you have to reconstruct it, but keep the essential. But there's a reinvention of the whole thing, and not just putting it from the page to a script and then just make a few changes. You have to reinvent the whole thing. And I think there's a lot of truth to that.
I agree.
And I can recommend reading his stuff, and as a subject for observation at some times, maybe you could do his 10 commandments for screenwriting.
Oh, that's a good, I took his class. I think,
Yeah.
In the 90s, you couldn't work in Hollywood without taking his screenwriting course, and where he delves into Casablanca. It was really effective. And then I was really good friends with, I mean, when I say good friends, I mean really good friends with Blake Snyder, who wrote Save the Cat.
Yeah.
Which is another big screenwriting book. And Gilbert's outside barking. But yeah, I think those things are great. Those rules are essential, but they can be broken, I guess. I mean, but depending on what you want to do, like, everyone says don't use voiceover, but if you can use voiceover and it's done well, like in Shawshank Redemption, it really, really works.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're right. That's not a bad idea. Robert McKee's 10 rules for screenwriting.
Yeah.
No, that's not a bad thing to concentrate. That's not bad.
Yeah. One last thing, Roberto, before you do your thing. Zach Stentz, right?
No worries, Stubble. No worries.
There you go. There's Save the Cat.
Rob, you know Zach Stentz, right?
I don't know.
The screenwriter. He worked with your friend there. I don't remember. Anyway, if you don't know, then we'll take it another time.
Oh, okay. I might not. I might know, and just it's not ringing a bell right off the bat. But
right. Okay.
Who did he work with? Do you know who he worked with?
Yeah, but I don't remember his name now. He's one of the regulars on the Trexperts, who wrote 4.
Oh God. not Ashley, one of our panelists.
Yeah. Ashley. He worked
Miller.
with Ashley. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, he worked. Zach Stentz.
Yes.
I love Zach Stentz. He was the first person in the media that ever championed my work. And Zach and Ashley, we all worked together on Agent Cody Banks.
Yeah, I thought you knew him.
Yeah, Zach is the best.
Yeah, and because he's responded to some of my tweets on because he's writing the free standalone prequel movies for Wheel of Time, and he's answered some of my tweets. So
Zach Stentz is, first of all, one of the nicest guys in the business, and he's so smart and so knowledgeable. Yeah. I love him.
Okay, now I'm down Roberto. So
Gilbert is.
Thank you, Stovall. Good to see you. Let me go ahead and remove Stovall. Hey, Rob, when you said Cleveland, you know what comes to mind for me is the Bruce Lee parody segment of Kentucky Fried Movie. Where
that's a deep cut.
When they're torturing the people and one gets beheaded and the next one is like, your torture is even worse. We're sending you to Cleveland. And he goes, no.
Yeah.
All right. So thank you, Stovall. And by the way, just to remind folks, if you are in the YouTube, not part of the chat itself, but if you want your comments read, you can always send us some super chats and we'll be happy to read them here. And speaking of super chats, we do have a couple that I wanted to just highlight. We have 2 new members, Romy Forever.
Okay, hang on. Before you say it, I'm gonna go open the door so Gilbert can stop.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sure, no worries. But while Rob goes and does that, we want to say welcome to Romy Forever and to Nathan Trujillo for joining us as new members. And then Martino Sulmoni, who is our Playmobil Star Trek expert. He says, hello, MOC Squad. No voice left. Doing too much Playmobil Uhura voices. So take care of your voice, Martino. We want to make sure that we get more of your Star Trek Playmobil adventures. So don't hurt yourself with all the voiceovers. So, all right. And then next one on deck is going to be Jeff Bingham. Rob's going to be back in a second here, but I will go ahead. Jeff, you should be able to unmute now.
All right. So does my time start now, or
no? We'll wait for Rob to get here.
All right.
You get a few extra seconds with me if I can. There you go. There's Rob. So
hang on. I've got everybody's here. Hi, buddy. Hi, dude. Here's Sebastian. Hey, bud.
Fluffy boy.
Oh, he needs a bath and a grooming. I got everybody here. I got the all the realms of coffee. Tallulah's here. Gilbert's here. Aren't you guys? They want popcorn is what they want. I know. I get it. Okay. So, go ahead.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, how are you, man?
Doing all right. Sorry I missed out on the last members only chat. I guess I just didn't have anything sufficient to talk about last time, so I didn't bother last time. What I want to say though is, Julian, I think it was funny that you're talking about foreplay after all the conversations that I had about eroticism on the members only chat. It's like I feel like I've rubbed off on you.
Andor is a very erotic show.
Yeah. I guess I sort of wanted to briefly follow up on I guess some comments you made the last time I was here about sort of screenwriting and whatnot. I sent Erton my script to read. She hasn't gotten to it yet, but she's going to. So that's good. And I also registered it with the Writers Guild, so I have an ownership claim to it. So
yes, that's always a good thing to do.
Yeah, so there's that. And I'm not sure if I had touched upon this the last time. You were talking about the notion of first-time screenwriters and how you were talking about how you've gotten a lot of like Die Hard in a blank screenplays.
Yeah, well, yes, in the 90s that was a big deal. Sebastian, you can't get on my keyboard, buddy. No getting on my keyboard, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
the keyboard.
Yeah, I guess like the final point I wanted to make on the matter is that I'd have to imagine for a first-time screenwriter, unless they have a wholly original idea, which is a rarity these days, or unless they're writing like their own life story or the life story of somebody that they know, odds are they're going to be writing what they like. So
they're going to be writing a variation on something they've already seen.
Yeah, and that I think is the key, that it needs, if you're going to do a premise that's already been done before, at least try to do something new with it. And that was basically my intention when I wrote my screenplay. Of course, on the other hand, I think there are a lot of cases where premises have been done to the point where, like, what can you do with this that hasn't been done before, like Die Hard or Midnight Run or Fatal Attraction.
Which we've seen done over and over and over and over. And there's a reason why these stories are recycled, because there's always a kernel of something that's inherently interesting. Yeah. You know, your spouse or significant other goes nuts, or somebody you had an affair with goes crazy and threatens your relationship. I mean, that there's something that's universal, that's eternal about those kinds of stories. They're always appealing.
Yeah. But
you know, or a hero facing overwhelming odds,
right,
wherever that might be.
Yeah, yes, and I guess also to that point, like I'm sort of taking a break from like editing my screenplay at the moment. Obviously, I'm in the phase where I'm just letting people read and give their feedback. And I think one point I wanted to make about the professional reader that I had is that I was discussing this with somebody else. I think, I guess maybe because my reader was chosen at random, chances are the reader was not a fan of sort of sexual content. Fortunately, is comfortable with that sort of thing. So I suspect she'll be nicer than the reader that I had. So.
Well, you know, sexual content, it's the patriarchy, you know, it's inherently oppressive, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, I don't believe that. I mean, but it's hard because it's like when you're doing that. Look, I feel bad because I love exploitation cinema, and I don't understand why, you know, there's there's a reason exploitation cinema is what it is, and I miss it. You know, we don't. I mean, we're getting horror films and stuff, but we're not getting the kind of. I mean, I look at my shelves of movies, and there's so many movies today that if people knew about them, they would like somebody would march in here and take them all away from me. Which I'm convinced of that. That's going to happen. Someone's going to look at my Amazon. You know, Amazon's got a record of everything I bought from the last 20 years. I'm going to get in trouble somewhere. Yeah. Someone's going to show up at my door and go, Mr. Burnett, we're going to haul you away. You need to deliver these Blu-rays and 4K discs to us. But yeah, I mean, the erotic thriller is kind of a dead genre right now.
It's a cult. Well, I mean, they're trying to give it a resurgence. I think at this point, it's kind of like it has a cult fan base at this particular point.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone loves those movies. I mean, but now when how do you make an erotic thriller in a world where people can't decide what their gender is? You know, and in terms of, you know, I'm non-binary. Well, if you're non-binary, what are you attracted to? Well, I'm attracted to everything. Okay, yeah. But how do we then make an erotic? How do we make an erotic thriller from that?
Yeah, that's a fair point.
I don't know. I mean, I would love to see. I would think that a non-binary erotic thriller could take you in many different directions. I'd like to go in just to see what would happen. But then again, where's the eroticism? You know, and I worry. Our entire culture, and when I say everything can be erotic, you know, someone picking up a beautiful flower and sniffing it, you know, taking the essence of a beautiful rose in, that can be an erotic image. And yet, where's the beauty? Where is all of that? Where has it all gone? To OnlyFans?
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm done talking about that. So there was in Denver, there was a little convention thing where sort of like comic book fan stuff, and I got to meet Sean Kanan, aka Mike fucking Barnes from Karate Kid and Cobra Kai.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that fun?
It had to be quick because I was a little uncertain about my parking situation, but I was able to get a picture with him.
Nice.
And
Colorado, you know, I went to a convention in Fort Collins, Colorado that was fan run. It was great. The audiences are great. The fans are great in Colorado. You guys have a great fan base. It was really cool. Families come out. I really had fun. That was one of my favorite conventions I've ever been to. Was in Fort Collins.
Yeah. And so I got a picture with him. I tried to look like a badass, but I looked like a jackass instead. Yeah.
Cobra Kai, Johnny Knoxville, you know.
Yeah, fair enough. So I guess another thing I was curious about, I guess in terms of new shows, have you been watching the new Anne Rice series, Interview with the Vampire?
Yeah, we talked about that extensively. Yes. I'm a huge Anne Rice fan, and it was really interesting on what we did last night. We were talking about this on Midnight Musings, and somebody pointed out that they thought that they agreed with what I was saying about the show, because they were saying that Anne Rice talks about these characters in the books as not being sexual, like kind of being above humanity. And maybe that's where my ideas came from. But yeah, I think that the show is really, I mean, it is erotic, you know, it does have not extreme, but sexual content. But I think it has sexual content to the detriment of what Anne Rice was writing. There's clearly an agenda with the writing that I think is more about the showrunners than of what they wanted to portray than what Anne Rice was trying to portray. Yeah. And that I think, but I didn't mean to interrupt you. What do you think about the show?
I mean, it's moderately entertaining so far. I guess I'm watching it while I wait for, I guess I'm more curious about the Mayfair Witches show that's going to follow up on it.
Yes.
Because of Alexandra Daddario. And,
right.
And that seems to be everyone, like I saw that people posting on the Facebook page about it, and I'd have to imagine that Alexandra Daddario is the primary reason for everyone's interest in the show, if they have any.
Right.
I'm waiting for that show. I think that book is more erotic than Interview with the Vampire books, right?
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I mean, I think it's so to put Louis and Lestat into a relationship together. I mean, that's the whole point is that her books were metaphoric, you know, and to do that is to sort of dumb the whole thing down. You know, so it's fine. I mean, I get it. Like, it's edgy, but it's not edgy. It's less intelligent because they're leaning into it all. And that's, I think, you know, I'm not one of these people that hates on things or talks about agenda driven stuff, but you know, the vampires are not human beings.
Yeah.
And they're not.
Yeah, they can't have like the same sexual related feelings as, you know.
No, and the whole point is that they can't because they're undead.
Yeah.
And maybe if you want to have, you know, two male vampires in a relationship with one another, when they drink blood, that's how it all works. And I guess you could do that, but it's sort of, that's like having I was saying this last night, that's like having your cake and eating it too. You know, when you're undead, you become a vampire, you have to give up things. You give up the pleasures, the sensual pleasures of the flesh, and you replace it with the idea of drinking blood and taking a life. But Interview with a Vampire doesn't want to, they want to do both. And in a way that sort of diminishes, in my mind, the whole idea of what vampirism is. And that's why, you know, I love The Hunger so much, the movie The Hunger, which it used to be, people thought it was like impenetrable, but now post MTV, you know, that movie came out, it'll be 40 years that it came out next year. It came out in 1983. And the opening of that film, you know, you have Marion Blaylock, Catherine Deneuve, her character, and David Bowie. They take showers together, they sleep together, but but their eroticism is in taking life. You know, they go to goth clubs, pick up a couple, they take them home, seduce them, slit their throats and drink their blood and throw their desiccated carcasses into their furnace. I mean, that was, and the whole point about Marion Blaylock is she's beyond gender. She will love males or females. The whole point is she doesn't want to be lonely. She's lived for thousands of years and she doesn't want to be lonely. And that's what makes vampirism, you know, interesting. If you reduce vampirism because you want to because it's fashionable now to have let's have a vampire show where two guys are in this hot homosexual relationship. Well, that could be cool, but does that serve the story of Louis and Lestat? It seems to me like it diminishes that story because you have to use vampire mythology to replace sexuality with the taking of life and immortality and what it all means. And it kind of bums me out that, and I think it's less creative or not. You know, no antebellum South for you. We got to have it take place in 1910. Whatever. Okay. Because why? Because you wanted to? Anne Rice didn't. So what are you gonna do? Anyway, I'm pontificating. I don't mean to.
All
I just love I love the interview with the vampire books.
Yeah.
And like I really do like Neil Jordan's film version. I really did. You know, people forget, but people hated that Tom Cruise was playing Lestat. The fan backlash over Tom Cruise's casting as Lestat was immense. And I thought he did a fucking great job. Would he have been my first choice? No. Yeah. But in that movie, that's a pretty damn good movie. You go watch it now, and you're like, all right.
Even Anne Rice turned around on that one, Rob. I
Even
remember Anne Rice herself, when it was cast, she was adamantly against it. And then when she saw it, she apologized and said, no, he actually did a great job.
Yep. And he did.
Yeah. All right, Tom Jr. Jackson, you should be able to unmute now, my friend. I'm going to go ahead and add you here with Rob.
Hey, can you hear me?
Emeritus the Goof. How are you?
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. How's it going?
It is going well. It was a busy week.
I'm wearing my Spider-Man Across the Universe shirt.
I love that. Where'd you get that?
I got it from my Funko box that I get every 2 months.
Oh, nice. So they've given you're ahead of the game.
And I got my Miles Morales.
Nice.
From the movie. And then they also sent me Spider-Gwen.
Nice. That's good. Now, do those come from Funko themselves?
Yeah.
Is it a Funko product?
Made by Funko. Yeah, it's made by Funko and sent out by Amazon.
Nice. Okay. Sweet.
Yeah. And then I also got this week E.T.
Nice.
With his little telephone.
Look at that.
And then later today I'm supposed to get Vito Corleone sitting in his chair with the cat.
A Funko Pop with a chair?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that. Now I'm gonna have to buy them.
I see the wheels going. I'm gonna have to come visit Tom. That's gonna have to disappear.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna bring my Throne of Wakanda and Shuri to the John Campy show next week to set up my Wakanda Forever display because the world premiere of Wakanda Forever is Tuesday. And
really? Are you going?
Yeah, no, I'm not going. But I interviewed. I don't know if he's going. I don't know if John's not on the best terms, I think, with Disney right now. But I'm dying to see it. I'm dying to see Wakanda Forever. But my interview with Ruth Carter will go up on Tuesday for Designing Hollywood.
You should have brought that chair for your interview. Sherry.
Well, when I interview these people, I don't want to be like, look, I've got the Throne of Wakanda. I don't want her to be like, why am I talking to you? Even though I do, I have Shuri. And it's interesting because I do ask these costume designers, have you heard of Hot Toys? And some of them have and some of them haven't, because their work is being recreated on these $250 figures that they don't get it. They don't have a piece of that at all. And it's I find it kind of fascinating. Like they should get a taste, a little bit, shouldn't they? Maybe.
Yeah. So I've been last night when you were doing the show, I was moderating and I was doing some notes for some upcoming things on my channel. And one of the things I'm thinking about doing is a week-to-week review of all the episodes of Mission Impossible.
The original? Wow, that's
Yeah.
That's ambitious. That's that would be really interesting. You know, that show surprisingly holds up well.
It does, and it's going to be 60 in, I want to say 2026.
The same year as Star Trek.
Yeah.
Star Trek will be 60 in 2026 too.
Yeah. And then also great connection there was Leonard Nimoy was on there.
And Martin Landau, Space 1999, was rolling hand.
And he was married to Barbara Bain.
Barbara Bain, yep. Who was Dr. Helen Russell. So it's good.
Definitely, yeah.
And it has one of the greatest theme songs ever written.
It is. Lalo Schifrin. Another great composer right there.
So good.
Is he still around, Lalo Schifrin?
I think he is. I know his son Ryan Schifrin and Ryan's wife. Ryan's a filmmaker, has made a couple of made some horror movies. Ryan's one of the nicest guys in the world. He actually got his father to sign some stuff for me. I bought. Like he did the score for Roller Coaster. I have a signed CD of Roller Coaster. If you want to see a movie about a terrorist blowing up amusement parks, Roller Coaster is your movie. The opening scene alone is worth the price of admission. It's great.
Yeah.
And it was in Sense-Around. Universal released Roller Coaster in Sense-Around, along with Midway and Battlestar Galactica and Earthquake and King Kong in Europe. Sense-Around was a gimmicky sound system that they put in theaters in the 70s. And I believe it was introduced with Earthquake, where they would, when the earthquake happens, it was all low frequency. It was all these huge bass speakers that they would play that would make the theater rumble. So when the earthquake happened, it was like, it was great.
Which would be what 4DX is now.
Yes. But Sense-Around was a big, 4DX is more sophisticated. But yeah, and there was not very many movies released.
They need to re-release Earthquake, but do it in 4DX.
Yeah, although people would go see the movie and probably laugh at it, because if you look at it, it's not so great. Fun,
yeah,
but even the visual effects are not so great.
Oh, and I also got Bullet Train.
Oh, did you get the 4K? Oh no, did you just have
I got the Blu-ray.
The Blu-ray.
Yeah,
I like Bullet Train. It's good.
I did too, and then I was funny to find out that it was only done on 2 sound stages.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But and Lady Gaga was supposed to play the role that Sandra Bullock played.
Right. That's right. Look, man, I can't wait to see her in Follow You Do, the Joker sequel.
Yeah. Hopefully this one won't be a little bit as disturbing as the first.
It's funny because my upcoming interview with Ariane Phillips, who's also a costume designer, I thought we were done with the interview, and she goes, "Wait a minute, don't you want me to talk about my new movie?" And I was like, "Well, what is your new movie? It's not listed on your IMDb yet." She goes, "I'm working on the new Joker movie." I'm like, "Wait, what? You're what?" I can't. She was very, very enthusiastic about it. I look, the idea that it's going to be a part musical with Harley Quinn and Joker. Count me in. I can't wait. Can't wait. Bring it on.
I'm one of the movies I'm thinking about reviewing is House with William Katt.
Yeah, the 80s. Yeah,
I was obsessed with that movie. And there's certain movies I was obsessed with as a kid. It was Poltergeist, the Twilight Zone movie, and House. And I remember watching House as a kid and loving that movie. And then recently I saw House 2. And it never occurred to me.
House 2, the second story.
Right. And it never occurred to me that there's a Cheers connection to both those films. in one movie, it's George Wendt, who played Norm, and then the second one is John Ratzenberger, who played Cliff, is in it.
Yep.
And
Because at that house,
yeah,
everybody
I
knows your
love-
name.
Yeah, literally, and those are fun movies. They don't make movies like that anymore.
No,
I would love to see a movie like House made.
I think
You
it's
know,
it would be
and
very
William
hard.
Shatner is great.
Yeah, I think it's very hard. It would be very hard for people to even try and make a movie like that. The sensibilities now are different. I don't know.
Mm.
You know, those kind of horror comedies of that era. You know, now I don't know if they work as well. I don't know. Things are different now.
True. Are you busy this week?
Other than no, we can do our interview. I'm going to the Saturn Awards Tuesday night. The same night as the Wakanda Forever premiere, or the Saturn Awards.
Oh, then that's probably why you're not going.
Yes. But other than that, I'm pretty open in the evenings.
All right. So I'll do up at some point this week, and we'll set something up. But I've been enjoying your little shorts with Taylor and everybody.
Well, thank you. I mean, it's funny. We throw those together and make them up. Like we were at lunch yesterday, and I go, "Hey, you know what? At the top of this street, it sort of dead ends at this equestrian center, and there we can shoot something in the hills up there."
Yeah,
And,
it looks like you're in the desert.
yeah, and it was great. I go, and it's funny because there was this big chain link fence, and where we shot that was an opening. It was just an opening that a car could fit through. And I go, well, we'll shoot it right here. And they're like, what about the fence? I go, no. I'll shoot it at an angle so we're looking in this way, and I'll just pan down and just walk it. So it's literally between these two chain link fences, but you can't tell. And we just made that up on the fly. It was pretty funny.
Oh, and I wanted to let you know, Zephyr Chan would really like to be on one of your midnight shows.
Oh, how's she doing? I haven't talked to her.
She's doing good. She's been wanting to get on and talk to you.
I'll have to text
since
her.
This is on when it's 4 a.m. where she is right now,
right
in Hong Kong. But she was asking last night if you were going to have people on. I said, I don't know. And she was in the chat last night for a while. She's been coming for a while and been asking me, so I'm going to let people on. So yeah, she's been wanting to come on and talk to you.
Yeah, I should do that. I miss her. I really like Zephyr. She's great.
She's great. Yeah, but other than that, I'm doing good. I go to the doctor again this week. So far, everything's looking great. So we're doing really good.
That's really good.
Yeah, and yeah, they're like, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Just keep doing it. They were surprised how well my blood sugar's been looking. They'd never seen it come down from where it was to a 6. I think I was at like a 12, where it's really high. And I brought it down to a 6 in like 3 months, something like that, 3-4 months.
Congratulations. That's impressive.
We've never seen anything fast like that.
That's great.
Yeah.
Because we need you around, Tom.
I just went online and see what I could do. Yeah. I got some good things coming up.
That's good, man.
And
and
some videos set up for next month that are going to be released, and I can't wait for next month to see the Christmas Story sequel. I really am interested in seeing that.
Me too. You know, I worked with Peter Billingsley, Ralphie. We edited my first movie I ever edited. I edited with him, Full Moon's Arcade, back in ’93. And then we started a production company called Summerlin Productions, and we did a lot of industrials and music videos and stuff. And then we kind of lost touch when I went off and did Free Enterprise, and he started doing his stuff. And you know, Peter was an executive producer of Iron Man, which is crazy. Ralphie from A Christmas Story was an executive producer of Iron Man. Not many people know that, but it's true.
And he was also in Iron Man. Or at least
he was in Iron Man.
And
yep.
in Iron Man and Spider-Man Far From Home.
Yep. Yes, he was. And he because he was really good friends with Jon Favreau and Vince Vaughn.
Yeah.
And it was funny because when we were editing back in the day, those guys are hilarious. Vince Vaughn is those guys were amazing. And we were all hanging out, and Peter introduced me to them. They started talking about making swingers. I'm like, what? You guys are going to go do this? Yeah, we're in places where we hang around. I'm like, okay.
Nice.
And that's really what inspired making Free Enterprise. Well, if you can do swingers, we can do trekkers.
Yeah.
Which we changed the name but that it all came from out of that. So.
Hey, Bill Barkley had a quick question for you. Any chance if you're going to be watching the final Jodie Whittaker Doctor Who, which is tomorrow night?
It's tomorrow night. Yeah, I'm probably going to check it out. I mean, I want to see it. I mean, I was not a big fan of the tenure of. I mean, I don't think Peter Capaldi or Jodie Whittaker were well served as Doctor Who's. I really don't. And it all came down to the writing. Yeah. I like the Matt Smith era a bit. I mean, obviously, I think Russell T Davies was like, I really liked Eccleston's run and David Tennant's run. Mm-hmm. I really liked that era of Doctor Who. And then it went again, like everything they objected to, like, what was it? The Something Child, the second something, the Silent Child, where they retcon the whole beginning of like, I really wish that people who are taking over these long running franchises, that they would not go back and retcon the past. Like here's something you didn't know. Spock has a sister.
Right.
Like it was bad enough in Star Trek V, and it was only a half sibling.
Right.
But I hate that because if you're going to work in a franchise, you don't get to change the origin of the franchise. That's not something you get to do. Only the creators can do that. You can't go back and change those. You can take them forward. That should be a franchise rule. Take them forward. You can bring back people from the past that you've never met before, but don't retroactively change the past of established lore, especially when Doctor Who, which was established in the early 60s,
right.
You don't get to change things. And when you do, I think that's a creator taking a cheap way out. Like, I'm going to just go change it because I've got nothing better to do. And then it's, I think any franchise owner, there should be a rule. You don't get to change the origins of whatever this franchise is that you're working in. You're locked into that origin. Don't change it. Especially based on how many decades it's existed for. If you're into your 6th decade, you especially don't get to change it. And that's what they did with Jodie Whittaker.
Yeah.
And I think that's everyone's problem with all this stuff. By the way, did we address these super chats? We didn't, did we?
I don't know because I haven't had a chance to look through them. My screen real estate is pretty limited right here. But what we can do is we have Pedro Ferreira waiting. So why don't we let Pedro chat, and then I'll collect the super chats for the next break. So Pedro, you should be able to unmute now. I'm going to go ahead and add you to the screen here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, yeah, great. Yeah, I was listening to your Doctor Who chat, and I have my own thoughts about the whole thing, but I tend to get into a bit of trouble when I talk about it. So.
Oh, you can get into trouble here if you want.
When Jodie Whittaker was announced as the Doctor, I got into a lot of trouble on Facebook. I got actually quite attacked, probably, for saying I didn't want the Doctor to be female, and I didn't want the Doctor to be Jodie Whittaker as a result of that. And I have nothing against Jodie Whittaker. I think when you talked about the whole timeless child thing, about
that's what it is, the timeless child. That's right.
Child, yeah. So when you talked about changing the origin story, for me, I think that if they wanted to make the Doctor a female, they should have done that back in the 80s or 70s. I think to do it now, after 50 plus years, when it's been a male, because of and to do it now, it feels like a gimmick. It doesn't feel organic.
Right.
So that
was
my problem. That was my problem, and I just got called misogynist, toxic, blah blah blah, and I got dogpiled. So I feel slightly vindicated that it's turned out so bad as I predicted that it would be, because at the end of the, if you saw the ratings for the first episode, they were amazing, and then that wasn't because people liked what they were seeing. They just wanted to see it because they were interested to see how it would turn out, and the ratings just went down immediately after episode 2.
Well, here's my thought about this. You know, if you're going to do that, if you're going to change, if you're going to gender swap a character,
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of interesting story possibilities that might provide for you.
Yeah.
Like how if you have a woman that is wielding the power of a Time Lord, what does her femininity, how would her femininity change the way she wields the power of a Time Lord? Like that, I would be very interested in an exploration of that.
And
But the problem is they didn't do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I was just going to say, unlike a lot of these other YouTubers who complain for various reasons about different things, I never had a problem with the companions. I don't have a problem with Jodie Whittaker's companions. They're all absolutely fine. I think their acting is absolutely great.
Yeah.
I just think that to do what they've done now, I think it feels like I've been at the BBC for a bit. I was contracted to work at the BBC, and I know that one of the things that they were trying to do was one of the things they announced was that they were trying to include a more inclusivity into people taking part and people more roles for people taking part. And I think this is probably part of that. I think that they wanted to have people see themselves on screen. So because they haven't had a female doctor before, they thought, well, there should be a female doctor. And that was their reasoning. Whether it's right or wrong is obviously, people disagree with me, but I think that's what their reasoning was. So yeah.
Look, I think that we live in a time of overcorrection, but for me, I don't care if somebody's going to gender swap or race swap or sexuality swap or religious swap, whatever. I don't. Give me a great story. You know, and the problem is in the effort of being more inclusive and representation and all that, I'm not getting better stories. You know, and what I always go back, I can't help it. I use this as an example. Back when Frank Darabont made The Shawshank Redemption into a movie, he changed the character of Red, who was a white Irish dude. He cast Morgan Freeman. Nobody cared. Can you imagine The Shawshank Redemption, the movie, without Morgan Freeman as Red? No. You've never heard one person, no person on planet Earth has ever said, well, you know, they race swapped that character. I mean, I read that story every year. The story is actually called Rita Hayworth and Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah.
And it's in different seasons. I used to read every year in the holidays. And even when I saw the movie, it never occurred to me. I never once said, oh my God, they've recast the Irish dude with Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman owns that role when you first hear his voice, his voiceover. I mean, no one has ever thought to themselves, you know what? No, you can't even imagine. So the problem is now everyone's leading with that. We're going to make something that's more diverse. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. What I want is a great story, cast the best person for the role, and really nobody should notice. The fact is, if you cast it well and you tell us a great story, no one is going to care the race of a character, the gender of a character, the sexuality of a character, the religious preference of a character. If you do your job, nobody will notice. They'll just buy into it. But now everyone's leading with that. They're leading with their push for diversity and equity and inclusion and all that. And I'm like, you've lost me, because the story you're telling is less important than the message you're trying to convey. And I think that's what fandom gets pissed off about. Like, why are you pandering to us? Tell us a great story. And then what happens is they follow up all of this equality, inclusion with shitty storytelling. So they've lost twice. They're trying to tell you that they're better than you, and then they fuck up the story.
Yeah.
And I think, and I look at Shawshank Redemption as the shining example of how you can race swap. Maybe you could, I mean, it's a men's prison, so you couldn't gender swap. But if you do it correctly and tell us a great story, no one will care. They won't.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say that I got into the same kind of issue with Quantum Leap, and
I know you have.
well, do you know about this? Yeah, I never sent my second part of my letter. My first letter wasn't read out, so I didn't send in letter number 2, which was all about this controversy around me. I went on Reddit and I said that I started a Reddit thread on Reddit, and I said that I'm not sure. I'm cautious about the kind of Quantum Leap cast. The characters they've created have been to fill roles for people to see on screen, rather than just create any character you want that serves the story or whatever. And I posted the same thing on a podcast, a Twitter account for a podcast, a Quantum Leap podcast, and I got into a bit of a heated debate with this guy who didn't want to listen to my side of the story. I was telling him exactly what I was trying to say, but he didn't want to understand. He just saw me as a bigot.
Right.
And he was allowing other people to insult me, which was fine. But when I brought up that other people in this Twitter thread were insulting me, he said, "Oh, I don't see anything like that going on. I think it's all, I think it's all normal." And then I found out that they decided to do a podcast about me. They decided to, well, they didn't do a podcast exactly about me. They did a podcast addressing me about what I've said to them on Twitter. And so they obviously felt that I was felt concerned enough by what I was saying that they needed to feel, and they were just reiterating their same points. Quantum Leap's always been about diversity, blah blah blah. And I know that. I watched all 5 seasons, but it's not quite what I meant. So, but
look, I mean, we're living through a time, and look, there are so many voices that have stories to tell that we have yet to hear. And I'm all for that. I think it's great. And the thing is, but I grew up as a film fan watching world cinema. So, I mean, in terms of Japanese films, Chinese movies, now we've got Indonesian movies, we've got Vietnamese films. Americans are the least. I mean, what our population, only 65% of Americans don't have a passport.
Yeah.
And yet we're the first people to be talking about inclusion and equity. I'm like, travel the world, man. Stop talking to me about inclusion, diversity, equity. Travel the world. Buy a passport, go around and see some people. As a matter of fact, travel around your own country. Go see the United States.
Yeah.
And I think that what I want is great storytelling. And we're living through an era where and I get it. I understand that everybody wants to allow people that haven't been seen to be seen, and I think that there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is that is superseding great storytelling, and I think you can do great. What you should do is flip it, tell a great story, and then cast it and make the casting interesting. Don't lead with somebody like, I'm going to cast this person because I want to make a statement. Your statement's in your story. Cast it however you want, but please tell us a great story first, because if you tell us a great story, your message will get through. But if you're leading with your message, your story is secondary, and you'll never win. You'll never win. And I hate the fact that now we live in a world where the stories are secondary to the message that whatever people want to convey. And the funny thing about it is, if you look at the great storytellers in like the golden age of TV, or if you go back to Twilight Zone and you go back to Outer Limits and you go back to Star Trek, there was a lot of social justice in those shows, but they were baked into the stories that were being told, and they didn't have to lead with the message because they couldn't, because network standards and practices wouldn't allow them to. So they had to sneak in their messages into great stories, and they did. And because they were all very well-read people, you know, and they lived lives. They were came out of World War II. They came out of the Depression. And nowadays, you know, we don't have that. And that's what I want to see. I mean, this entire channel, if nothing else, the Post Geek Singularity is about the existence of great storytelling for everyone, because great stories are universal. It doesn't matter where they come from. So,
thank you so much, Pedro. Rob, I looked through the super chats. I didn't find any new ones. I don't know if it's part of my setup here.
no, it's fine. I didn't know because you had said we got super chats, but I don't think we addressed them.
But I think we read them out when you went to deal with the dogs, and it was from our friend who does the Playmobil Star Trek, just saying hi. And
Martino Simone.
Yeah, Martino.
Okay,
he was saying that his voice was shot from doing all of the voiceovers for his.
Let me just talk about Martino Simone. First of all, he's a mad genius. Martino is a mad genius. And of course, if you have not looked at what he's done, he bought Az and I both the Playmobil Enterprises. Like, I never had Playmobil as an American as a kid, but that Enterprise is amazing. It's huge. And he's been making, and they're on the channel, the Playtrek channels. He started making these movies with Playmobil visits the He-Man planet. Now he's doing Star Wars. They're really clever. And he, you know, he lives on the I want to say the Swiss-Italian border. So when he voices the characters, everyone has like a Swiss-Italian accent. Kind of, it's awesome. He actually asked Az and I, he sent me a script, and I don't know what he picked, what voice. I did an Imperial officer, an Imperial Admiral's voice, and I gave him some readings. I don't know which one he used, but
nice.
The guy's amazing. You know, and he restores classic cars. He's a Bond fan. He lives close to the dam from the beginning of GoldenEye. And he always wants me to go there. I'm like, man, I'm fucking going, dude, because I want to walk across that dam. And I won't, if I do, I'll hear Eric Serra's score when I can't not hear it. So, well, thank you, Martino. I didn't see that. I missed that. But Martino, he's the man. And he's restoring the Lotus from the beginning of The Prisoner.
Wow.
He has one of those. I mean, I dream of going to his house and driving some of the cars he has. If for no other reason than just getting the Insta picture. You know, sitting in that driver's seat.
Well, we got some old guy in Hawaii coming up next, so maybe you could go to Hawaii and see Magnum PI's Ferrari over there. I'm
telling you, and I love Hawaii.
All right.
I got plenty of room.
Now, what island do you want again?
I'm on Oahu. I got like 3 bedrooms upstairs that are being used. So
man, I'm coming. I want to go be a Halle Bra from the North Shore again.
Not a problem.
I when I was in Hawaii in I want to say 99,
okay,
maybe late 98 for the Hawaii Film Festival, I did take some surfing lessons on the North Shore, but it was well, if you look at the main, what is the name, main beach on
probably
the
Haleiwa.
Yeah, it was to the left of that. And it was
that's still part of Haleiwa. Yeah, there's a spot
but it was
there.
like a lagoon where you could
There's a little
learn.
park right there.
Yeah, that's where I learned to surf. It was so I can say I was a Halle Bra learning to surf on the North Shore, bro.
Yeah, I'm born and raised here. I've tried. I stand up paddleboard, but I can't surf. I've tried body surfing. It was great. It was great for 3 runs. On the 4th run, I got a mouthful of sand and said, "Nah, I'm not going to do that anymore."
Oh man, I love it. I mean, when I was a kid, we used to go to Maui and we'd stay at the Kaanapali Beach Hotel.
Yep.
But then since then, I've been to Oahu, Kauai, the Big Island, Maui. That's it.
Okay, those are the 4 I've been to.
I love Hawaii.
And that's it. Yeah, I gotta get to Molokai. So
yeah,
I could spend 10 minutes nitpicking about House of the Dragon, which I love.
Oh, please do.
No, I don't. I'd rather comment on stuff that's already come up because everybody started out with talking about eroticism.
Oh, okay.
And erotic versus explicit.
Right.
And you do one without the other book. Well, believe it or not, I remember a scene from The Fisher King. Remember that, 91?
Yeah, of course. The Terry Gilliam's movie.
Yeah, they're sitting in the restaurant and eating dinner in a booth. And Robin Williams is one side, Amanda Plummer's on the other side, and Jeff Bridges and Mercedes Ruehl are next to each other, and they have an obvious attraction. I don't know if they're together yet, but they're talking, and she's wearing this dress, and her bra strap, which is red, has basically fallen out and is hanging on the side of her arm.
Yep.
And at one point, Jeff Bridges is looking at this thing, and she absentmindedly puts it back up. And after a few seconds, he puts it back down. He's looking at it, and she kind of looks past him, doesn't look at him, and it's nothing. But it's also one of the most erotic, sensual things I've ever seen.
Oh yeah.
And I remember it to this day. So you can do stuff like that. Okay.
I look, I'm with you 100%. I mean, that's, the promise of all of that. And what's funny? I think a lot of eroticism is about noticing those things.
Yeah. Well,
nowadays with the internet the way it is, people can just go from 0 to 60 in a million miles, in a million miles an hour. And eroticism is all about the promise, the anticipation and the
right. There's a saying. They're just saying that there's three levels of sexy. Okay, a beautiful woman in a bikini is sexy. Same woman naked is sexier, but sexiest of all is that same woman in a bikini that looks like it's about to fall off.
Right. Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Okay.
I mean, and what's really interesting too is that even nowadays in our world, the idea of sex at all is, I feel like more often than not, it's like, well, that's, normal human sexual relations are patriarchal and oppressive. It's such a weird place to be. Whereas like you can't even talk about eroticism because, you're objectifying women. Yes, I am biologically hardwired to objectify women.
That's how I am. Like we get around it, we deal with it, we try not to basically make it front and center, but it's a fact of life. So
yeah,
I love the dress you're wearing. Don't get upset though if every once in a while I kind of look over because it's a great dress and I'm going to look. Okay.
Yeah, and the thing about that is how much of human art is based on that yearning for what you can't have, or a person that the one that got away, or hell, the Trojan War was fought over Diane Kruger.
Yeah,
if you're a Troy fan.
Do you remember Choose Me?
Oh, Alan Rudolph's Choose Me.
Yeah.
I love Choose Me.
I love that movie. Absolutely.
And I do not own Choose Me. I don't.
I have a copy of it. I have a copy of it, and I have a.
Is it on Blu-ray?
No, it's not on Blu-ray. It's his way DVD, but I still have a copy of it somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah,
actually,
that's a great.
It might be on tape. It might be on VHS.
That's a great film.
Awesome. Film.
I saw that. I saw that in Seattle. I want to say I might have seen it at the Seattle Film Festival, or maybe just at the Egyptian. I love that film.
Well, there's a whole bit about where you have Jenny Bourgeot and the Dr. Love character.
Yeah.
And I think
she's a radio.
She's a radio host, talk show host, who basically advises people on relationships and sex, but who has very difficult time getting into a relationship herself.
Yep.
And there's that bit where Robert Carrady's character basically says, I think, what is it? Sex is as good a way as any other.
Keith Carrady.
Keith Carrady, to be introduced to, to get to know somebody. It's one way. It's like that movie hits it from all different angles.
Oh, it's fantastic. By the way, for those of you, and by the way, that movie is a forgotten film. In fact, most of Alan Rudolph's, I think I'm gonna put the
he did that. He did what was it, Night City or something? Was it, or Rain City? I can't remember.
Yeah, Rain City. Yeah,
Rain
and
City,
I'm putting Alan Rudolph.
Yeah, if you get a chance to see Choose Me, you should check it out. I mean,
I think he did Breakfast of Champions, the adaptation of Kurt Vonnegut. By the way, I put the trailer for Choose Me into the chat so you can see it. What a fantastic film that is.
Yeah. One other related subject, since you discussed it, I think you're going to go broke in the next year or two, because I imagine if they're smart about it, okay, we're going to see not one, but an entire line of Hot Toys Mon Mothma.
Here's the thing. I won't go broke next year because it'll take them 2 years to get them out. So it won't be out till 2024.
Oh, okay. But because I would buy those. I don't buy a whole lot of Hot Toys, but I would buy those for those outfits. It's just amazing.
Oh, they're amazing. I mean, the couture. I would do. They should do a whole line of Mon Mothma clothing that they sell at the Disney store or something.
That's at least nominated for a costume. Is there a costuming Emmy?
Oh yeah.
Okay, well, that's a shoe-in for at least a nomination. So
I think. I mean, there's, but amazing. I mean, her costumes are amazing. But I'm all about Ruth. I'm all about right now. I'm all about Angela Bassett. All of her costumes in Wakanda Forever.
Yep,
I'm all
yep,
Angela
yep.
Bassett is not just because I want her to star in as the female lead in this movie I've wanted to make for 30 years, but I love Angela Bassett. I've been in love with her since she protected Lenny Nero in 1995's Catherine Bigelow movie Strange Days.
Oh, God,
If
I
you've
forgot
never
about
seen
that.
Strange Days, I mean, Angela Bassett is she's certainly my dream girl. Let me tell you, she can kick ass and she loves you, even though you're a douchebag.
I don't remember
She's
that.
great.
The first time I saw her was What's Love Got to Do with It? But...
Yeah, and she was amazing. Angela Bassett's a goddess. She's also one of my favorite things that she's ever done is in Contact. She's in Contact.
Oh yeah, that's right. She plays the advisor, the presidential advisor.
Yeah. And at the end of the movie, she has this conversation with James Woods, and they're talking about whether or not Jodie Foster really did this even happen, and Angela Bassett's like, well, you know, and she's talking about the recording devices that Jodie Foster's character had, and apparently it just happened instantaneously. And Angela Bassett's going to James Woods. She goes, "What I really am interested in is like these 16 hours of footage that her camera recorded." And James Woods like, "Yes, that is interesting, isn't it?" Because so it happened. I mean, I love that. I love Angela Bassett. She can do no wrong, and her Wakanda Forever costumes. Oh my God. I mean, I wish I could just I could watch this and then they would pop out and just show me Angela Bassett like trying on. Not because I need to see her nude. I'm not saying that, but her costumes are so cool in that trailer. Man, does she look good. I can't wait. I can't wait for Wakanda Forever. But yeah, I mean, Mon Mothma, I'm telling you, what would you call her? She's not a MILF. She's a diplomat. I
don't know. I don't know. But
can you say that a member of the Imperial Senate, so she's a sylph, a senator?
She's on the she's on the surface. For those who don't know what's really going on, she's a member of the patriarchy, and yet you still love her. You can't not love her.
Now, this would be a time I must point out that I had told my friend Kevin Rubio after a conversation I was having with Brian Singer about this. We were talking about the fact that what if in Return of the Jedi, when Mon Mothma says, "Many Bothans died to bring us this information," what if we as the audience got it wrong and Mon Mothma was actually talking about a person? So Kevin in Tag and Bink, his Dark Horse comic that was later republished by Marvel, it's Rosencrantz and Guildenstern in the Star Wars universe. You find out that Manny Bothans is actually Manuel Bothans, and that was her lover. And when he was drawn into the comic, it was me. They use me. If you go onto the Star Trek Wikipedia and you look up Manuel Bothans, it has a picture of me, the drawing of me. In the comic, he's short. I am Mon Mothma's lover, and I was the person that she was talking about when Manny Bothans died. That was me.
God,
look it up. You people think I'm crazy, but it's true.
That reminds me of what was it? Remember Comrades of Summer, where the guy had to go to Russia to teach the baseball team.
Yes.
And the Russian coach would say, but Manuel says he's talking about the baseball manual.
Yeah.
Manuel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Boy, that's a deep cut.
Yeah.
I like that.
All right. I could go on, but I'm gonna.
Well, it's good to see you. We can't hear you, but it's good to see you.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry, I was.
I mean, Roberto, you're quick. I understand. You probably got the timer ticking down.
I'm quick.
It's all right.
I'm quick on the trigger here. So yeah, that's what happened. Sorry, didn't mean to do the rude cutting off there. Angela Bassett, by the way, almost became a staple of the DC universe because she played Amanda Waller in Green Lantern.
I know she did.
But
you know what? I gotta say, Viola Davis is fierce, man.
Oh, yeah.
I love Viola Davis.
Yeah, and I always thought Angela Bassett would have made an awesome Storm, even an older Storm.
And by the way, after Ruth Carter, I have an interview that I've already recorded with Gersha Phillips, the costume designer of the Woman King, and Star Trek Discovery.
Oh,
don't you all worry. I pretended. I held my tongue. I mean, I was very polite, very nice. I really liked her. By the way, she was terrific. She grew up in Saskatoon,
Ooh,
Canada.
nice.
And she started her designing career doing like dance crew outfits when she was a teenage girl. Very cool. Gersha Phillips was a very impressive woman, and I really enjoyed interviewing her. She was delightful, and you will see that later. Wow, why are the dogs all barking now?
Rob, speaking of Star Trek, we did get a super chat from Dammit Spock saying, "Hi Rob, what is your most wanted Trek figure from XO6 aside from Burnham, obviously?"
Okay, I have every XO6 figure they put out except Burnham and Saru, which I did not buy.
Mm-hmm.
Admiral Kirk, Spock, and McCoy from Motion Picture.
Yeah.
They're coming out. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. I mean, I love them so much. I love XO6. I love everything they do. I want the entire look. I want all the Mirror Universe figures. I will buy the Emperor George Al figure from Discovery. That will be the only one I buy. But you know, he put up he said they might do limited runs of like 300 figures of today, where they're gonna do like Rook the android from What Are Little Girls Made Of? I mean, if they're gonna do that, as far as I'm concerned, the only figures I wouldn't buy of theirs are their Discovery figures. And I really hope, because I've been touting Picard season 3.
Right.
There's a lot of like, call him Intelligence Operative Worf.
Right.
I really want an Intelligence Operative Worf figure from Picard season 3. But yeah, they're doing the Lord's work over there. I love that they recently put out Mirror Sulu, and there's kind of this grin on his face, and a lot of people are like, why does his facial sculpt is that? But it's like, that's the moment when he says to Uhura on the bridge, he's like, is Spock here? Is the captain here? Is Spock here?
Right.
When the cat's away. I mean, it totally captures that moment that George Takei did in Mirror Mirror, which is so great when he's and Uhura's like, you didn't come back. And I love that. That I love Mirror Mirror, and that scene's so great. And XO6 did a great job.
Yeah, those figures are pretty fantastic. All right, we got Doug Salier on the queue here. Doug, you should be able to, oh yeah, you're muted already. I'm gonna go ahead and add you here with Rob.
Okay,
what's up, man?
Oh, hey. Rob, have you ever read the book, or even better, hear the book, the Leonard Nimoy, I Am Not Spock? Oh, I Am Spock, I mean.
I've read both of those books. I've never heard them. Did he record the audio versions?
He did do the audio for I Am Spock, and it is the best 6 hours of my life.
Oh,
and I actually listen to it actually quite often. He goes in and out of Spock. Like Leonard Nimoy actually has conversations with Spock through that, and it's awesome. And it's one of the reasons I refuse to watch Strange New Worlds, because I find Leonard Nimoy is Spock. I can't. The protector of that character is now gone to me. And
yeah, I mean, look, you're not going to get an argument from me. I mean, Ethan Peck does a fine job, an admirable job. But I mean, as everyone knows, I am not a fan of, Star Trek was given a great template. Go someplace else. Go into the future 100 years, like with Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager. You can go back and you can do Enterprise. I get why they did that. But the problem is they're showing me a show that I'll never believe because Ethan Peck is not Spock. And I know that a lot of people who didn't grow up with Star Trek don't care, but he's not. Neither is Zachary Quinto. And they don't, by the way, they're not. I think Ethan Peck is as close as you're going to get. But again, I'm looking at him and I'm like, I'm sorry, you're not Spock. You're doing a good job, but you're not Spock. And what can you do?
Well, that's why I like John Campea so much, is he refuses, even though it costs him money. He didn't like She-Hulk, and he refused to hate watch something he didn't like. And I'm the same way.
Wait, who's John Campea?
Pardon me?
Who's John Campea?
Yeah. Like I just cannot hate watch something. My time is too precious for me to just watch something I know I'm going to hate. I gave Discovery 3 episodes. I did not like the main character, and I'm not going to watch something that I do not like the main character.
God bless you, sir.
Like I have a lot to watch. I don't need to watch something I don't like, right? And I'm not going to complain online or anything like that. It's just, yeah.
Well, what's really interesting is like Strange New Worlds to me. Strange New Worlds is a weird show about a really handsome dude, his bevy of gender unspecific women, and a Vulcan. And it's like it's hot, handsome white dude, his harem of women, and his alien best friend. It's so weird. It's such a weird. It's such a bizarre show. And let's kill the blind alien. Like what?
Yeah.
You know, a character that's infested with warm or lizards that require sort of a warm environment, and he goes out of the ship or something. I don't get it. I mean, I don't. You know, justice for Gorns.
Yeah, yeah, but it's on iTunes. I highly recommend the audio book.
I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that about that, because I would love to hear that. But I own both of those books, and I mean, I read I Am Not Spock when I was a little kid, and I didn't quite understand it. I'm like, wait, but you are Spock.
Yeah, I have to admit that I never read the book, but I judged it from the title, which is something that has taught me not to do anymore. But yeah, as a kid, when I just thought he hated Spock and everything, and then when I read the book, it's not like that at all. It's just the title is, and he actually even he even says that was a huge mistake. It's a little dated because it doesn't have the last time he played Spock. I Am Spock. It was Unification, but I just find that he had so much love for the character, and that now that protector's gone. Like he protected Spock.
Yeah, I mean, here's what I find interesting about Star Trek, whether I'm right or wrong about this. How many times in pop culture history, in terms of movies and TV, because movies and TV have only existed for a little over a century, really. How many actors embodied a character that we actually watched grow old and die within pop culture? And I mean, James Bond, same age, same basically, gets replaced. I mean, Roger Moore got to be between 1973 and 1985 when he played from Live and Let Die. So he aged 12 years. You know, and I think he ended at 55 or 56. So he was in his mid 40s when he took over the role. But Shatner and Nimoy were in their early 30s, basically, when they were on Star Trek. And that was in 1966. Kirk died in 94 in Generations. So he played Kirk on camera for 30 years in the animated series, you know, whatever. So we watched him grow old and die. So as far as pop culture is concerned, the character of Captain Kirk, we watched his lifespan. Same is true of Spock. Same is true of all those characters. And I often think that maybe there should be a law. I mean, this is such a weird thing to say, but in my mind, there is nobody else. When I am watching Star Trek 09, I know the newest generation, younger people will never feel this way, because a lot of people, their first experience with Star Trek was the J.J. Abrams movies. Those movies are fake. They're not real. I know we have to put them in an alternate universe or whatever. No, James T. Kirk could only be played by one guy. because we watched him in the role, we watched him in middle age, and we watched him die. He's done. He's finished. And we as a culture should realize the French would do this. You could say to the French, you could go to the French government and go, if someone has a pop culture character, if that pop culture character dies in canon, no one should ever get to play that character again. There should be a national law that you can't go back and do a prequel and recast that actor, because the French understand art.
Well,
I'm half joking.
We park our Millennium Falcon in Docking Bay 94.
All right.
Both of us.
Or 327 if you're landing in Cloud City.
Oh, very good. Anyways, before I get cut off, thanks for everything you do, and it was great talking to you.
Well, thanks for supporting the channel, man. And you and I, we do park our Millennium Falcons in the same shuttle bay or the same docking bay, 94. Right there on Mos Eisley. You'll never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. You'll have to watch yourself. This place can be rough.
Okay, thanks, Rob.
Thank you, Doug. Let me just see who else is here on the queue. Oh, wait, we have another super chat. Hold on. Let me find it here. It is from Glenn Mark. Glenn Mark could not stick around for the chat, so he dropped a $5 super chat saying, "Sorry, I had to lower."
He's already a member and he's sending super chats.
I
Man,
know.
this is a racket. What kind of a racket am I running here? For God's sake!
He said, "Sorry, I had to lower my hand. I'm afraid I have to go in 10 minutes. I will catch you next time. Take care." Well, we appreciate the super chat and sharing your
Thank
comments.
you, sir.
All right, and
but New Zealand will still be represented.
That's right.
It's all good.
And Rob, when it comes to aging out characters like that, I've always thought that it would be awesome to do one final like Crisis on Infinite Earths event in the DC universe, and from that point forward, everybody ages out, and have heroes have to determine who their heirs are going to be, and allow it to be kind of like the Phantom, right? That you have to pick your heir and let him grow out, and Bruce Wayne has his time. And one of the things I liked most back like 10 years ago when they killed off Batman and Dick Grayson took over.
Yeah.
We all knew Batman was going to come back. But the fact that for that period that Dick Grayson took over, I thought this is the direction they should keep going. Just let it pass the roll down. But they just have to always go back to the original characters.
Yeah, I mean, that's why when people talk about, like in the MCU, the fact that Sam Wilson's taking over as Captain America, I fucking love that.
Exactly.
I love that. I mean, look, Anthony, first of all, I love Anthony Mackie, and I love him as Sam Wilson. I loved him as Falcon. And one of the high points of Phase 4 of the MCU was Falcon and Winter Soldier. And I really liked how Sam Wilson was grappling. Yeah, the show was compromised by COVID and all that, right. But his grappling with earning the right to play or to be Captain America was totally legit. I loved that.
Right. Well, and the MCU is dealing with the fact that in the MCU, our characters are aging out. So you have to kind of do that natural passing of the torch, right? So
yeah. Listen, can I take a quick pee break?
Hey, it's your show.
I need to do it. So if you hold on, I will be back.
Sounds good. We'll go ahead and I'm going to prep Kevin, who is coming up next. So he'll be ready and waiting for you here when you get back, Rob. And Kevin, okay, there we go. You should be able to unmute. Let me go ahead and add you here.
You can hear me, right?
I can hear you great, just fine, Kevin. I'm adding you here so that when Rob comes back, you are ready to go. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Doing okay, thanks.
Any day I'm vertical, I'm good.
Good. I know, they Zoom now allows you to pin more than one person, which is great because we can put the two people who are chatting at the same time. But I can't figure out how to tell it, hey, let's do it side by side. I think it just kind of defaults to this layout. So, but it works.
Oh, I don't care. I'm looking. I don't know who to look at. It's like there's like so I feel like a fly. I see like all these different people on there, and I see.
Well, what's going out to the stream will just be you and Robert. So
okay.
So that's how. So what? Yeah, because I'm able to control the look on the feed that's going out to the stream.
Okay.
So
I see.
Yeah, so no worries there. But it's just trying to make it a little bit easier for folks to be able to, because in the past when we had the whole grid, it was hard to follow who was talking. And then if I set it up to just be the speaker, there's always a delay with the audio, so then it kind of goes back and forth. So now that we're able to pin two people who in conversation, it's a little bit easier to follow what's going on.
Sweet. I was going to say when Julian showed that book earlier, I still can't. It's my dad got to go to Dr. No in 1962 when he was in England. So I can't ever be as cool as him on that one. He's got me on that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's amazing to think how, that's been the Bond franchise has been one of those staples in my life. I mean, growing up, I always make the joke that my dad and I bonded over Bond. That was that was the thing that we had always together, and for years, whether it was movies coming out in the theater or once they came out on video, we always made a point of watching them together. So it was kind of a common ground for the two of us, and I'm really curious to see how it's going to change, with this next iteration and what direction they're going to take it, because like Rob has said, is Bond kind of out of its time at this point? I made the comment to Rob once that Blofeld won and he started Amazon, right? So it's kind of hard to think of who would be a greater nemesis right now than like an Elon Musk or a Jeff Bezos type of character, and how would you incorporate that into the ethos of Bond? So
I don't know if it's because Bond has been out for so long, but he seems like he's a product of the time, not just the character, but the movies themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You put him in modern, an MI5, an MI6 and all this stuff. It's more modern now. So what he does, I don't know if you can still make stories, of course, but I don't know if it transitions as well as to being what he was when he was, originally thought up.
And the writers have struggled with it because I want to say at least 2 or 3 of the Daniel Craig movies basically came down to the obsolescence of MI6. Yeah. The premise just ended up kind of getting, reshuffled a little bit, but basically that's what it came down to, that this was the way to police the world with super spies is kind of a thing of the past.
Yeah, I think what hurt it too is just the competition, to be honest with you. I mean, you have the Mission Impossible, all the Bourne movies, but then even a lot of these other one-off films, and Bond always used to kind of push all this kind of make-believe kind of thing. Right. But now everybody's doing it. And so it's kind of like, when I show my son the original Star Wars and then he looks at the newer ones, he's like, well, yeah, those stories were better, but the graphics for the new ones are 10 times better. It's, Bond is competing against things now, and it's like, I don't know if it can.
Yeah, it's that shelf life issue. Rob, what's going on? Did I mute you by mistake? Sorry about that. I said I forgot to give you host privileges. Let me do that. No,
you might have. Can you hear me? I'm back.
Yeah, I can hear you now. And if you can, I'm going to make you co-host now because I forgot to do that earlier. And
Rob
we're talking Bond, Kevin.
Yeah,
we're talking Bond, but
I'm talking to Roberto.
All right, okay.
Kevin and I were going on a Bond rant here, but I'm going to go ahead and step away.
I'll let's talk Bond. I mean, all the movies are now on Amazon in UHD. I know they've been on iTunes or whatever, but why don't we have our 60th anniversary 4K box set of all the Bond movies? Come on, man.
I was just telling my wife, for me to be able, because I was watching something else about physical media, and they were complaining that Disney's they're not releasing a lot of Searchlight stuff. And I was telling her, if I want Bond, if they don't release it, I'm going to have to get Amazon, because I don't have Amazon to watch these things. And so I'm glad I have, all the media, but
Yeah, I mean, I've got the 2012 box set that
Mhm.
and since then only Spectre
Yeah.
and No Time to Die came out, and they're both out in 4K.
Yeah.
But I would love to get. I mean, look, on Amazon, the Bond films look pretty good. I mean, I watched some of On Her Majesty when they all went up. I watched like On Her Majesty's Secret Service looks great. They look great, but I still would like to get. Look, nothing looks better than a physical release.
Yeah.
They just don't, and
Yeah.
the sound is not compressed. I mean, it is okay. I shouldn't say that, but if you get uncompressed stuff on disc, I mean, you know, I was just setting up our new media room. I mean, I hate to say this, but Elizabeth's oldest daughter moved out, and her bedroom became available, and Elizabeth was like, "Let's turn it into a movie room," and I'm like, yes, let's do that. So I moved all my home theater equipment that was here in the Rob Observatory up into that room, and I watching my discs in 4K in that room. It's funny. This morning I was talking to a friend of mine from high school who lives in Portland now, Clark von Trotha, and he does high-end home theater installations. And I told him, I said, "Yeah, I have this little room, a media room, but I'd like to get, you know, a 4K projector." And he's like, "I got this like it's for your room. It's only $12,000." I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, you know, and it'll fit. It's 120 inches. It's great. But I love the Bond movies, and the Craig era I thought was not entirely successful.
I like the concept of them having the kind of the 5-movie arc, but I thought some.
But it wasn't pre-planned. They made that up.
I just didn't like some of the choices where it ended up.
No, it's terrible. Like Blofeld and Bond are related and all that crap.
I just got done reading On Her Majesty's Secret Service, and I'm a sucker for period pieces. I would love to see a Bond, and I don't think it would work in today's world, but a Bond that takes place between like a 3-movie arc from like 1948 to say 55.
Well,
and he's not driving an Aston Martin; he's driving a Bentley. And it's different.
So that would be like people always talk about. They're like, we should do a Bond, a period piece Bond set in the 60s. And I'm like,
no.
We have that.
Yeah.
Dr. No through On Her Majesty's Secret Service. That's 5 movies. 6 movies? All set in. Or was it 5? Dr. No, Rush with Love, Goldfinger, Thunderball. You Only Live Twice, and it's 6 movies set in the 60s.
Well, that's what I was saying to Roberto. I think Bond is kind of a product of his time, the character. I don't know how well he translates to now, because there's just too much. There's too many things that are like him.
I totally agree. I mean, and the thing is, you know, the world has changed.
Yes.
And now it's asymmetric, and there are no. I mean, the fantasy Bond. Look, I think what Amazon should do, owning Bond, if someone said to me, "Rob, you can do anything you want with James Bond," I would make a Spectre TV series.
Oh, that'd be cool.
About the rise of Spectre post World War II.
That'd be cool.
You know, what do you do? The Supreme Executive, Counterintelligence, Terrorism, Revenge, and Extortion. You have ex-Nazis, ex-Russians, ex-Americans, whatever. This super secret clandestine criminal organization with tendrils around the world everywhere is profiting off a planet that is in the wake of the Second World War, and you go from there, and you do it. You make it really interesting, really political, and like you just said, it begins post World War II in 1946, 47, you know, whatever, and I think that'd be great. It would be a really great show, and at the same time, then you do your Bond spinoff,
right?
And I think you're right. I think doing Bond post, because he was a World War II naval commander,
right? Yeah,
and maybe he was protecting shipping lanes in the North Atlantic. I mean, whatever Ian Fleming said he did, and that would be a way to do a Bond prequel, and James Bond begins in his 20s. You know, and it would not necessarily interfere. I mean, in your mind, your character's going up to 1962. You're ending off at Dr. No.
Right.
And Or theoretically, if you really are going to go by and forget the continuity, you're ending at Casino Royale when he becomes James Bond. I mean, there's somebody that did online on the internet a James Bond chronology. If you forget when the movies are actually made, you watch them in chronological order. They begin with Daniel Craig as Bond in Casino Royale.
The books and the movies are they're totally different. When it comes to chronological order.
But there is a chronology you can make, and it even intertwines Roger Moore. I mean, the only time you really had any continuity is the end of On Her Majesty's Secret Service and the beginning of Diamonds Are Forever.
Yes.
When Bond is hunting Blofeld. But it would be pretty cool, to do that. And in my mind, there's a way to do a prequel that isn't a cash grab. It's a really interesting way to go back to, and people have said, go back and adapt Fleming's novels.
They're already done.
Yes, but I mean, in terms of make them the period pieces that they are. And you go back to his novels, and you would extrapolate. So look, Moonraker has nothing to do. The book Moonraker has very little to do with. I mean, even when you deal with No Time to Die and Shatterhand and Blofeld and what he was doing, I still don't know. I'm like, what? When they get to that island where James Bond dies, what are they doing?
No idea.
You don't even know. They don't. I recently, I hated No Time to Die. I like some of the scenes in it, but it's ridiculous, that movie. And I still don't even know what's happening in it. What's going on? You don't know.
No.
When they get to that island, they never tell you. Now you can extrapolate they're making nerve agents to, kill half the population of the world. He said, or he's gonna get rid of certain ethnicities. He even says it. We can target people like you, but they don't even say it in the. It's like they were afraid of their own villain.
Yeah.
So, but if
go ahead.
No, I just think of doing a Bond series from the end of his tenure as a commander in the British Navy at the end of World War II, and joining the intelligence service, and then detailing the rise of Spectre could be really interesting.
Yeah. I wanted to get this out real quick before, and you can't answer it probably because you don't walk the halls, and we're going to take a big left turn. You don't walk the halls of Lucasfilm, but is it?
How do you know?
Well, maybe.
I've been to Skywalker Ranch once.
That's probably awesome.
For a couple of, I was there for 3 days.
I wanted to know, is it the arrogance or what, where you have, and I'll preface this, I think that all the Star Wars Legends books, they're not all great, but they're there, and there's a huge library of information. And when Disney took over, they could have satisfied, I think, almost all Star Wars groups, new fans, old fans, by introducing characters from those books, just like you introduce them in the sequel trilogy. You have new characters they had never seen. Then you also have characters that hardcore Star Wars fans know, something like Admiral Thrawn, who we will be seeing, but someone like Mara Jade, some of those type of characters. And you would have satisfied hardcore characters by building on those stories. Why? And I think you've even mentioned that they've done this with Star Trek. They don't want to use those books for whatever reason. Why is that? Is it just pure arrogance that they think that they know better? Or
okay, here's the thing. First of all, this might seem strange to think about because we as fans know differently. No one in Hollywood even is aware that this material exists.
How can you not?
They might
$8 billion.
They might have a vague awareness, but here's the thing. It is looked down upon. It is frowned upon. It is poo-pooed.
Wow.
And it's so funny to me because here's the real Hollywood. To me, this is the biggest Hollywood disconnect of all. There is all of this great story material for all of these franchises, all of them. Doctor Who, Star Wars, Star Trek, take your pick. All of these, whether it's books, whether it's comics, written by people that love these franchises, and by the way, know way more about these franchises than anyone that they can ever hire in Hollywood.
I was going to say, those writers are artists themselves.
Anyone, and by the way, Star Trek, modern Star Trek, is now shamelessly just ripping off the comics and the novels, and without, and their excuses, well, I mean, we own it already.
Mhm.
So the writers of modern Star Trek, especially Strange New Worlds, are literally going into, not only they stole Una's backstory from not just a Star Trek novelist, but from Dorothy fucking Fontana, DC Fontana, who wrote Yesteryear, who defined the Vulcans during the original series. She wrote one Star Trek novel, Vulcan's Glory. I want to say it came out in 89 maybe. All of number one's backstory in Strange New Worlds totally stolen from that novel. They didn't just steal from some rando Star Trek novelist. They stole from Dorothy fucking Fontana about, and there's no, even the Marvel Cinematic Universe, in all of the credits, they have a line of special thanks to all of the comic creators that were instrumental, that contributed to the movie they just made. Now, is that enough for the comic creators? Maybe not, but at least the MCU acknowledges these people, acknowledges the people that came before. And I do believe some of them are actually paid. Like Jim Starlin, who created Thanos, is in Endgame. You know, he's part of Captain America's, when he's having that encounter group session in Endgame. Jim Starlin, the man who created Thanos, is actually in that scene. In Bryan Singer's Days of Future Past, Len Wein, you know, who created Wolverine. Len Wein is in, he's a senator. And so there have been times when they've acknowledged these people. Not modern Star Trek. Strange New World season 1 stole from Dorothy Fontana. And Alex Kurtzman's like, yeah, you know, one of our episodes is based on Ursula K. Le Guin's story, Those Who Walk Away from Umlaus. He flat out says it. Why not credit her? How does a TV writer shamelessly rip off, and I say rip off, Ursula K. Le Guin without accreditation? I mean, in the original Star Trek, when they adapted Frederick Brown's story Arena and turned it into the first season episode that introduced the Gorn, they credited him. And I understand, you know, using the Writers Guild, it's all very, very murky. But as a writer, I mean, what I do not understand is there is so much incredible. Why didn't, when they wanted to make an Alien versus Predator movie, why wasn't the first place they went to that Dark Horse comic, the very first Dark Horse comic that introduced Alien versus Predator? Why not go there? That's a great fucking story. That would have made a great movie. Alien Hive. There's so much good material out there, but no one in Hollywood, because they're being paid too much money, they're not going to be like, well, if you're going to get paid 6 figures or 7 figures to write a screenplay, do you think you're going to go, well, I could do it, but there's this really great story over here. This comic book writer wrote an incredible story that we should adapt. No one's going to do that. And unfortunately, if I had my druthers, if I ran a franchise, the first thing I would do, my first day on the job, was I would hire a couple people that I know. And I'm like, okay, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get all of the ancillary materials, whether it's novels, comics, video games, whatever. And we're going to read it all. We're going to make notes on it, compile a database where all these ideas came from, where these characters came from, who created them, and we're going to use all of it, all the best of it. We're going to cherry pick it all. And they've kind of done that. Dave Filoni's done that in Clone Wars. We're going to see Thrawn, Rebels, that kind of stuff. They've kind of gone there. But, I mean, Judith and Garfield Reeve Stevens wrote a couple of the best Star Trek novels ever written. Federation and Prime Directive. I remember I had a conversation with Bob Orsi when his sister married Brandon Routh at their wedding. I said to Bob Orsi, I go, dude, why don't you adapt Prime Directive? And he's like, well, you know, it's a new cast. We can't do it yet. We have to wait. Well, Star Trek 4, they can't get Star Trek 4 made. I mean, I don't know. It's incredibly frustrating. There's all these great stories out there. Nobody in Hollywood wants to tap into them. And when they do now, apparently they can do it and not credit the original writers. Just shamelessly steal shit and do it badly. Look at the difference between, in Star Trek, look at Trials and Tribulations from the 30th anniversary of Deep Space Nine, and then look at the final episode of season 1 of Star Trek Strange New Worlds and how they ripped off Balance of Terror. Who did it better? Anyway, now I'm ranting live. ranting live on the internet.
You know, I've always told you, Rob, that I think Judith and Garfield, Reeve Stevens Federation is the best possible way to have done a crossover for the handing of the torch.
Now, I work with them. I love them. Do you know that they actually put a character named after me in one of their Shatner Star Trek novels?
I did not.
In Captain's Glory, the third one, they did. I love them. They were writer producers on Enterprise.
Yep.
On the 4th season, and they're fantastic.
And you can tell that they were involved in the 4th season, because you can tell that that's the season where they really kicked it into high gear with the lore and really tapping into the history of Star Trek, right? I mean, they
did the
stuff.
Forge that kicked off that 3-episode Vulcan arc.
Right.
And look, for those of you who are Star Trek fans, their book Federation, which is a crossover between the original series and Next Generation, and their
and it was a crossover released in conjunction with the coming out of the movie Generations, which pales in comparison when it comes to the story.
No, the Reeve Stevens are first of all, they're a married couple. They're Canadian, so they're the nicest people in the world, and they wrote 10 Star Trek novels with William Shatner, and in various arcs. And their final book was called Collision Course, and surprisingly, it was about Kirk and Spock's first meeting at the Starfleet Academy.
That's right. Just
like Federation, it is infinitely better than Star Trek 09. Infinitely better. And it is so. And by the way, because of J.J. Abrams' A Bad Robot, they never got to finish that trilogy of books.
Mm-hmm.
And look, I love the Star Trek Litverse. I have hundreds of Star Trek novels. Because of Star Trek Picard, the Star Trek Litverse got canceled after 20 years of continuity. And they luckily, David Mack, David Ward, and James Swallow were able to finish. They wrote a 3-book series called Star Trek Coda, which is basically Crisis on Infinite Star Trek universes. And then it ended. But it's pretty good.
We have another super chat, Rob, although it has an acronym that I am having trouble figuring it out, but it says it's $2 from Irene Jobson. Hey, Rob, new to this universe of you, HUT BOTF. You might know what that means. I'm not really sure.
BOTF is Bring on the Filthy.
Oh, Bring on the Filthy. That's the
that's from the John Campea show.
Got
so
it.
Irene is a great supporter of the John Campea show. She sometimes writes in every day. And great to have you here, Irene. I mean, I hope you delve into my content. There's certainly a lot of it, a little different than the Campea show. As somebody said, there's a lot. It's very funny because I've been in John's show now for 4 years, but very few people, we don't have much crossover.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a lot of crossover between, if you look at the YouTube analytics, my audience is between basically 35 to 44. John's audience is from 25 to 34.
Yeah.
So we don't have a lot of, it's just a different audience.
Right.
And Irene, it's good to have you here. Thanks for supporting the channel. Welcome.
Yeah, I mean,
and all of that.
What I appreciate about your involvement in Campea show is you get to kind of do more of the traditional entertainment news and commentary, and you can go much more in depth here with the stuff that really kind of matters to you personally, right?
Well, yeah, and what people forget is the very first time I ever appeared on YouTube in April of 2015 was with John Schnepp and John Campea on the 6th episode of AMC Heroes. John Schnepp brought me on. I'd never met John Campea before.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I have to say that after John Schnepp died and there was all these weird shenanigans going on with Collider, and I understood why. There was a lot of grieving people.
Right.
After all that, and I have to say it stung for various reasons. But the first person that reached out to me after that all went down and Schnepp passed away was John Campea.
Yeah.
And he reached out to me and he said, you know what? I want to start the Weekly Hero again. Why don't you come down? He had a studio in Hollywood. Why don't you start why don't you come back? And this was in the summer of 2018. In August of 2018, why don't you let's do some streaming together?
Mm-hmm.
And that was John Campea reaching out to me.
Yeah.
And you know, the thing about John Campea that I think what people don't know about John, he probably would be I don't know if he would like me saying this. The guy's got a big heart.
Mhm.
I mean, he's a very nice guy, and I think sometimes maybe his niceness makes him feel a little awkward. But he's a really nice guy, and he thinks about people, and he thinks about their well-being. He really does. And the fact I will never him reaching out to me meant the world to me. Yeah. And we've been streaming together ever since. And he's been a great boss, and he's always trying to make a show. The thing he cares about the most is the experience that his viewers have. He wants to put on the best show possible. Yeah. And he's put together a great team. I mean, the reason I stay on the John Campea show and don't concentrate, just don't throw everything in here, is how much fun are we having? Mm-hmm. I mean, if it doesn't come across on screen, it should, because between totally Chris Carr and Aaron and Jonathan Boyko and Ray and Taylor, who's the new addition, who's just hilarious. He's like the son I wish I had.
And the two new hosts.
Miss Moana, you know, and that's another way that John was trying to throw back to what we were doing early on at Collider. And we're trying it out to see how it works, but that's John trying to innovate and make the experience better. Right. So, you know, I've always, and I understand. I mean, you know, when you go online and you're doing an entertainment news show, you open yourself up to ridicule and all that. I have no problem with that. But what's interesting is that a lot of people in the industry, more than I would have ever thought, watch the John Campea show. And I know that because I've been contacted by some very heavy hitters who have become friends and who have actually continued to give me information. And when we get something wrong, I will get contacted like, Rob, you should understand the context of this. So it's been great. Yeah. I love doing the John Campea show.
Well,
love it.
We can tell. And sorry to keep S.A. Theipen waiting here. I'm going to go ahead and bring you in right now. S.A., welcome.
That would be Thigpen, but I'm no stranger to having my name butchered.
S.A. Thigpen, yes.
Thigpen, yes. Sorry about that.
Yeah, not to be confused with S.R. You were talking contact earlier.
I was like, oh, S.R. Haddon. Oh my God, I love that you know that. S.R. Haddon.
Yeah.
Why build one when you can have two at twice the price? Want to go for a ride? you know your shit. Love it.
You can call me Sam as well if you feel a need.
Wow.
But anyways.
Fantastic.
So yeah, actually.
Have you ever been here before?
Long time. First time.
All right. Well,
I
welcome,
remember,
SR.
I remember
or SA.
When I was 9 or 10 into that, you know, early adolescent era, like Sci-Fi universe was like the beacon of hope for me.
Oh,
so I mean, like, I know, and then I found out, oh, Rob was an editor for Sci-Fi universe. Oh,
you mean God. This Sci-Fi universe?
Yes.
This was the Stars of Tomorrow episode, of which I was a star of tomorrow.
I just loved everything about that magazine. I read all of the letters to the editor, everything. It just blew me away. I loved it. And
wow.
Then, you know,
so for those of
time happened.
Well, for those of you who don't know, in the mid 90s, Mark Altman, who I made Free Enterprise with, and Chris Gore founded a magazine called Sci-Fi Universe, the magazine for sci-fi fans with a life. Yeah. And they tapped all of our little. Now, I didn't even know Mark at the time. I met him at San Diego Comic-Con when they were promoting a screening with George Takei. And we became fast friends, and I started writing for Sci-Fi Universe. And that was so much fun. All of the I mean, now it's everybody online, but back in the early mid 90s, the only cool sci-fi geeks, if that is, can there be cool sci-fi geeks?
Yeah.
We all wrote for Sci-Fi Universe. Yeah. All of us.
Well, you know, going back to For All Mankind, you're a fan of that, right?
I love For All Mankind.
They get a lot of it right. I mean, my kind of like living one of the versions of that with some of my family members is even weirder because of their involvement with that.
Where are you coming to us from, SA?
Oh, the faraway and exotic land of San Jose, California.
All right. Well, there you go. Well, you're in Northern California. It's all right.
You get your Northern California represented this time too. So yeah, I mean, just going back to the For All Mankind, it was like, it was eerie to see somehow all the personalities and our timeline, NASA folded, right?
Right.
So dealing with all the fallout from that and everything that happened as a result of that, you know, really affected me or my family on one side of the family on a personal level.
Wow. Okay.
So that's a whole other story to be told, I think. And the other thing about the show is they kind of go with a plan B approach where they you know, we quote unquote lose the space, we win the space race by losing it.
Right.
Which is weird because in our reality, we lost the space race by winning it because, you know, you could say Musk is a Russian company or something like that. I don't want to go there necessarily.
No, but you're
yeah.
absolutely right. I
Yeah.
mean, what I love about the fact that on that show, it's not a big plot point, but NASA owns the patents on all that technology. So they're in For All Mankind, they're a self-funded organization.
Oh, okay.
And so on the show,
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh my God, can you imagine what our world, if our world, like one of the great, obviously the space race was motivated by politics. We couldn't allow the Russians to get there before us. But if we allowed NASA to thrive, where all the technology that they were instrumental in either beginning or creating, if they own those patents, who knows where we would be now.
There were so many Easter eggs and so much built into Apollo and post-Apollo shuttle and fail-safes that it almost got killed. It basically got killed by politics, and it was intentional, a lot of deliberate stuff. But I mean, if you look at, there was a plan to change the fuel tanks into like a mini L5 colony.
Yep.
You could have flown the shuttle to the moon, not to mention electrodynamics, feathering, skyhooks, all of that. You could still do it, but you know, that we have our own issues today, so to speak. But a lot of what I'm kind of gearing and looking into from a story perspective is doing non-rocket space, which is high altitude systems, and seeing how that can be done in film and movie, beyond just like, you know, the Red Bull stunts and those sorts of things.
Oh yeah. Well, we're going to see it. Tom Cruise is going to take, I mean, whatever they're going to do. Yeah. But you're right. I mean, you just the fact that you just pointed out the shuttle could have gone to the moon.
Yeah.
You know, and we could have had colonies there. We could have done all these things, and it's unfortunate. I mean, I think the great tragedy of at least my life is seeing, you know, I look at what's going on in Ukraine and I just shake my head, and I'm like, really? Yeah. Like that you're going to use Iranian drones? That's where we're at. Why aren't we going to the moon? Why aren't we going to Mars? Why aren't we going into why aren't we mining the asteroid field? Yeah. We could be doing all of these things. And, you know, I used to read about the Indians and the Indians and the Chinese were going to be in a space race.
Well, we don't necessarily need to mine the moon. I remember, you know, as the time machine where they mine the hell out of the moon and it blows up. That's one reason to protect the moon. But
but helium-3 is in the regolith, you know, just the sunlight exposed regolith. They mine that if they can, you know.
That's assuming that you have fusion, which we don't have. But
no.
There's a lot. I mean, even after you go up, which is For All Mankind, there's a whole other set of issues and things that you need to deal with and explore. Like people are just going to want to mine the moon. No, you don't mine the moon. You go and mine the asteroids. There's literally. Decisions. A lot of what Robert Zubrin talks about in terms of making the right decisions, I agree with. I think his tack towards just going to Mars to go to Mars makes no sense. I think I agree. There's a lot of mistakes that could be made still. I mean, I think of the book Stranger in a Strange Land. Did you ever, you know, the Robert
I was a big Heinlein. I mean, that.
Yeah.
Look, I would try and explain to people in junior high. I used to wear a button that said "I grok Spock," and people would always ask me, "What does grok mean?" And it means to understand something holistically from every. And people thought I was insane. But nowadays, what's funny was I'd go to like head shops in Seattle, and they would have buttons, sci-fi buttons in them, because expanding your mind or whatever.
Yeah.
And everyone knew, like, as a 13-year-old in 1980 in Seattle, people knew what the word grok meant, because if you were a sci-fi fan, you had read Stranger in a Strange Land, like just like everyone had read Dune. And nowadays, you bring up Stranger in a Strange Land and Robert Heinlein, people are like, what?
Yeah, his old house that he died in is about 20 miles up the hill from here. In
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's a circular house, and it escaped the fires, actually.
Wow, of course it did. I love that.
Yeah, and actually, I know one of there's an old Austrian guy that lives there now currently. So I've talked to him, but I've never gotten a tour of the house, and I want to get a tour of the house and do some metal detecting around it and see if there are any Heinlein-esque things. But my whole take on Stranger in a Strange Land is almost like what happens if there's a failed space program. Like, you go to Mars, everybody dies, and then they rescue the kid, and maybe the situation on Mars is screwed up, but Earth has somehow healed itself, right? And that seems like, he comes back here, and our whole attitude here has changed, which in a lot of ways is very compelling. You're talking in the beginning about attitudes and the great turning and people just changing socially in our era. I think it really speaks to that. A lot of the literature really speaks to that.
No, it really does. And I feel like, I guess, I joined the science fiction book club when I was 10.
Mm-hmm.
And I was reading all the great works of the Western canon of science fiction. And I thought to be a fan, I thought every science fiction or genre fan did that. Like, in my mind, of course you would read. Like, don't you want to read these books? You can't. You have to know these books. Like, I remember getting Dune Messiah, and Children of Dune is like a deal. Like, it was like $6 in hardcover. And I'm like, you have to read those books. And that was before God Emperor of Dune ever even came out. And I thought, isn't everyone reading these things? I mean, if you're a Star Trek fan, don't you have to read nowadays? No one.
I mean, people are going back into old movies, at least, and exploring.
Yes.
But
the movie,
but
they're not classic sci-fi literature.
Yeah, very true. But there are classic movies, and you can definitely tell how cinema's changed over the years, and especially in terms of that's what I really want to kind of pick your brains about. I know I don't have enough time for 10 minutes on here.
But you should contact me. I mean, going all the way back to we should talk.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of just how reality works, I mean, Easy Rider was almost a reality movie in a lot of ways, from what I understand.
Oh yeah,
and there's a lot. I mean, it's been given a bad name through television. I guess you could say that's what reality bites. I brought that up in the chat earlier about a classic '90s movie about how it's trash TV today.
Although I was on Ben Stiller's side.
Yeah, I mean, I was too. I thought a lot of the other side was completely pretentious, and they made no sense to me, and they're picking at things.
And Ben Stiller was actually trying to help Winona Ryder. You're talented. I would like to put you on MTV or whatever. And Ethan Hawke's like, don't do that.
That was my argument in that era, because that was my era. That's when I grew up. I actually said, I was 8 or 10 then. I think that maybe there was a previous version of that magazine that I was reading as well. But yeah, I'm an old man too. I'm definitely an Xer. I'm not a millennial or anything like that. But
even if you were, we could still be friends.
Yes. But yeah, I think that reality's definitely been given a bad name. But I'm also very interested, like I said, from that perspective of doing invention within movies and looking at how, like, in real time, exploring something or having something happen on camera in real time, whether you're building a spaceship or you're burying treasure or discovering treasure, which a lot of it, I don't know if you followed the treasure shows like Oak Island and whatnot on the Discovery Channel, but yeah, I think that could be compressed into cinema form, or if you're able to do a cinema like that, you're really hitting gold.
Look, there's so much going on. We watch take you like 15 hours to do it, but it's worth it. The entire American space program. Oh, and now we've got First Man. So before, I'm sorry, I didn't add First Man into that, but you have to put in First Man after the episode of. So you have First Man and Apollo 13 now, and like you said, First Man is it's a little dry, but I love it, especially the end. And maybe you then have to watch the documentary Apollo 11 with all of that amazing 70mm footage they found and no one had ever seen before, which is incredible. I know I can't hear you anymore, but
yeah, thank you.
Hey, it's great to meet you. We should talk offline. I'd love to talk further. Slide it into my DMs, Burnett RM on Twitter, or send me an email, or send me a letter, Post Geek Singularity, because we should talk further.
And apologies both to you, Rob, and to SA. The stream crashed halfway, and I've been trying to get it restored. So,
you mean on YouTube?
We lost some of this stuff going to YouTube. So apologies. It's just
it's okay. You know what? It's fine.
Super glitchy today. But yeah, thank you to SA. And I'm gonna be asking Kevin Welburn to. Kevin, you should be able to.
Kevin, another one of our international members. From far, far away, Kevin.
I can say it's morning here.
And by the way, tell the folks at home, where is here?
Melbourne.
Nice.
Victoria.
Welcome all the way from Australia, where you can have a Cooper's or a Penfolds, whatever you're.
Oh yes, that's right. Don't drink the Melbourne beer. Forget that. None of that Foster's. None of that. The Melbourne bitter. Drink Carlton Drunk. Maybe that's probably the only one.
I love Australian hooch. It's good.
There's plenty. No, there's plenty. None of the beers here in Melbourne.
So what's going on in Melbourne? What's on your mind?
Well, it's interesting that you talked about earlier about costume design and how they're actually using people's ideas for these.
It's hard to hear you.
Oh, hang on.
It's a little maybe that's just me. But
no, it is a bit muffled.
Yeah.
Like maybe you need to be closer to the mic.
I agree. Up a little bit. Maybe is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
I mean, our house had a fan here too. Oh yes, you're talking. Yes. So I wanted to give one of the examples of one of the great designs that Ray Cusick, who's the designer of the Doctor Who, actually designed the Dalek shape. You know what his reward was? A 50-pound gratuity.
A 50-pound gratuity. The man who invented the Daleks, the shape, designed the Dalek, got 50 pounds of gratuity. Yep. That's all he got?
Yep.
I think for the rest of his life, he's probably walking around going, exterminate all the people at the BBC.
That's right, because Terry Nation got all the money.
Yeah. and he used it to make Blake 7.
That's right. Oh, and funny, survivors and recycle every script that he ever had. Because that was one of the things that we had problems with Terry Nation on Doctor Who. He would keep resubmitting his previous scripts.
Although I do like Blake 7.
Oh, best.
I mean, I love Servalon and Avon, and it's funny. I don't know if I mean I keep telling this story to people, but for the longest time, I had only ever seen one episode of Blake 7, and it was one where the Liberator gets destroyed. And I kept watching it, and for I don't know why, it was on PBS. It was the only episode of Blake 7 that I ever saw. Every time I tuned in and remembered it was on, it was always the Liberator and Avon and Servalon were in that episode and all that. And I'm like, yeah. And then it wasn't until I got from the BBC, I still have them. I have all 4 seasons on DVD. And that was the first time I ever got to see Blake 7 because I heard about it. I was so surprised finally watching it, just how sophisticated it was.
It's one thing that it's a huge influence on Babylon 5.
Oh my God.
because
Yes.
JMS was living in the UK at the time of its transmission. And I had the great pleasure to talk to David Maloney, the producer, like several occasions, and I met him at a convention as well. And I was supposed to have him come to Melbourne in 2000 or 99 for AussieCon 2 or 3 or whatever it was, World Science Fiction Convention, but they wouldn't give us the money. Those American science fiction people didn't want to give us any money to bring somebody over.
Well, it was, I mean,
great because it would have been, JMS and David Maloney together, so they could have discussed the influences of Blake 7 on Babylon 5 at that time. It would have been great.
Well, I always felt as a kid, I mean, I knew UFO and I knew Space 1999 and I saw The Prisoner, but I always felt betrayed about how many British science fiction shows, Blake 7 being the first and foremost of them, how many we didn't see, and how I felt betrayed. I'm like, why was it that, I got to see UFO on Sunday nights at 7 o'clock, and I'd have to stay at my grandparents and beg. I had to beg my parents, and I'm like 4 or 5 watching UFO, and I had to beg my parents because they always wanted, we'd have dinner at my grandparents' house and we'd leave at like 7:30 in the middle of a UFO episode. I'm like, can't we stay for, and they thought I was absolutely insane. And we missed out on so much great UK sci-fi.
We had to beg to watch a Blake 7 at 10 p.m. on a Friday night. To say, yep, can we watch this, please? Stay up late at night. It was about 10.
Yeah.
I watched from episode 2 onwards, I think, because everyone at school was going on about this new great science fiction show. I'm thinking, oh, shit.
Well, there's been even in the more modern age, like there's a 6-episode UK series called Ultraviolet, which is this vampire. Excellent. It's so good. No one I know. I have the DVD set. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. I'm like, have you guys ever seen Ultraviolet? Nobody knows what I'm talking about to this day. And that's like is that 90s? It's 90s.
96. Susanna Harker, I think.
Yeah. If you're a vampire fan, a sci-fi fan, Ultraviolet kicks.
I was so disappointed that there was no second season.
It's like 6 episodes and done.
I know.
Oops. I love that show.
That was the 1990s where you were lucky to get one season of a science fiction show of any kind.
And I'm surprised they haven't done a revival because Ultraviolet is so cool. And they never say the word vampire ever.
No, that's exactly right.
It's so awesome. And those things I don't, well, what can we say? We live in this golden age of greatness, and yet it could still be better.
It's right. I mean, we did, at that time, in 99, 2000, we did get the great revival of Randall and Hop Deceased.
Yep,
with,
that's true.
Mortimer and guest appearance by Tom Baker. So we can't, and that was a good show, a good successor to the original.
Yeah.
But you're right, it's back to, I think so, actually, no, eroticism.
Well, it's funny.
I just thought I'd bring a couple of my favorite type, Jean Rollin and.
Oh, hang on. Let me, oh, okay. First of all, both of those movies I love. The Living Dead Girl is my favorite John Rollin film.
It is too. Actually, it's mine too.
I mean, John Rollin is known for his lesbian vampire movies like Fascination, which Bridget LaHaye's in that, right? I mean,
you're right. Yes.
Yeah.
Nude vampire.
Lust for that's Hammer. I love, but The Living Dead Girl it's a zombie lyrical. It's beautiful. It's amazing. I love that film.
Films are so shot so well.
Yeah.
And even though there's very little scripted dialogue, it's just the way he's able to just get the story out of the
Well, and then the Vampire Lovers is part of the Karnstein trilogy. Vampire. It's what is it? Is Vampire Lovers the first, then Lust for a Vampire, then Twins of Evil?
Was the second one, Twins of Evil was the third.
Was the third.
But I always pretend that actually Twins of Evil is actually the first one because it sort of seems like it's set before the other two.
And by the way, how great is it to have on Redemption putting out Living Dead Girl and then getting the Vampire Lovers? The fact that we're getting Hammer Films, whether it's Warner Archive putting stuff out or whether it's other labels putting stuff out. I mean,
that's right. Well, this one's the Shout Factory.
Yeah, the Shout Factory. I mean, my favorite Hammer movie, vampire movie, is Vampire Circus. Though
I love that.
Vampire Circus is so good.
It's so disappointing that it was compromised because they ran out of money.
Well, I know, but when I finally saw it in high def, and you can see the green, the blue, I'm like, as Patrick Stewart said in Extras, you could see everything.
That's right.
I was like, oh my God, that was incredible.
I know, I was able to get away with so much.
Yeah, I mean, I love Vampire Circus. If somebody said to me again, they'd come to me and go, Rob, you can remake any horror movie you want. What would it be? I'm like, oh, I need $50 million. I want to remake Vampire Circus, and it's going to be X-rated. There's going to be no punches pulled or no holds barred. All punches, no holds barred is what I meant to say. I love. If you guys have not seen Vampire Circus, I know a lot of people would laugh at it, but put your mindset back in 1970. I'm telling you, it's great stuff.
Thank you, Kevin. Oh, my camera is out. We've had all sorts of. I won't even bother turning on my camera. I'm just gonna let RRTNZ in next. So you should be able to unmute now, RRT. Are you there, RRT?
He might not be there.
Oh, he may have stepped out.
Yeah, just leave him there.
Okay, we'll leave him there, and we'll go ahead and jump
to Roger.
Roger Robertson, you should be able to unmute now, my friend.
Roger,
hello, Rob.
How are you in America's heartland? How are things going?
Oh, going pretty good. Enjoyed your midnight musings last night.
Pretty good, right? I mean, I love Lael and I love, well, I don't know if Arun is still here. I love those shows. I love the two of them. It's so much fun to do shows with them.
Right. Hey, y'all had a question the other day on John Campea about you was talking about the late great John Schnepp.
Yes.
And somebody was bringing up the prank that John played on one of his coworkers, and y'all couldn't think of it at the time. You recall what I was talking about?
Oh, I don't know, because like for me, when I was on those shows, I would just go in for the hour and then leave. And so I don't.
To do with the Blair Witch Project.
Oh, so that would.
And he's working. They do editing, and this is before the Blair Witch came out. No one really knew anything about it.
Right.
So he saw that, and he saw the video. So what he did, he made a copy of it. He cut off the start credits and the end credits, and then he just kind of went up to his coworker and said, "Hey, just came in the mail. I have no idea what it is. Why don't you go watch it and tell me what you think?" And John he was just kind of sit and listen, and after the while, he kind of heard some reactions from his coworker, and then finally his coworker ran in and said, "John, this is like a snuff film. I don't know, what are we supposed to do about this?" And it's pretty funny.
Yeah, I have to say, like, I miss Schnepp. I knew Schnepp before Collider. Like, we were friends. My favorite story to tell about John Schnepp is at the time, my girlfriend Mary and I were at a wedding in New York City, and we went into this like Russian bar right off in Times Square.
Yeah. You tell me that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I that was and of course John Schnepp was at this bar. And like there was a fight at the door, guys were getting like their noses broken, and John Schnepp's like, hey, because I met John Schnepp through my girlfriend Mary at the time, and he was just like he appeared to be, on camera. He was larger than life, but what he loved more than anything was other people's creativity. I mean, if you made something, if you painted something or sculpted something or wrote something or made a movie, nobody loved it more than John Schnepp.
Right.
He just loved when people made stuff, and he loved that. And in a way, I think that's why we were friends, because I'm kind of the same way. Like, we show, hey, look at this drawing. And there's a lot of, we got more in Collider than we did on the John Campea show. But a lot of people on Collider, like David Crabtree or something, wrote or made a lot of fan art for Collider Heroes. And no one loved it more than John. And I actually think about him pretty much every day because we did hundreds of shows together, and he was great. I miss him terribly.
Right. Well, I just wanted to say hi, Rob, and hope you're doing well, and catch you. Hopefully, maybe I'll get some time to send you some letters here.
Roger, let me ask you a question. Are you watching Andor?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
What do you think of it?
You know what I thought about the last episode at the little bureau? Qyburn is the head of it.
Yeah.
I was thinking about like what would that place been like the day after the Death Star got exploded? The guy with the mustache. The guy with the mustache that was like over Qyburn. He was on the Death Star.
Right.
So like that guy would have been gone. And I just imagine the shock of them walking around.
Oh my God. You know what? I love this idea so much. I really hope they should just do a short, how they did Werewolf by Night?
Right.
Disney Channel, Disney Plus. Listen to our man Roger here. Listen to Roger. You need to make an hour-long show with all of these people the day after the test.
Or just a post-credit scene that says minutes after the Death Star exploded, and they're just kind of walking around in a daze, and they're looking at that guy's picture who used to be their
Oh my God. No. Roger, this is not just a post-credit scene. I want to see this show. I want to see an hour-long show. While they've already shot it. They're gearing up to shoot season 2. Put these guys together. You have to make an hour-long. Hey, let me just say, Tony Gilroy, listen to Roger. He knows what's up. You guys need to do an hour-long short. As a matter of fact, no one will know. Next time you're on, make it like that, like an episode of The West Wing, and shoot it in real time.
Right.
And tell everybody beforehand, okay, the Death Star's blown up, bring all these actors in and improvise that shit. Just get like 3 cameras and shoot it West Wing style. And I want to know how they respond. I'm sorry, that's the greatest thing I've ever heard. Wow. My God, please do that. Please do it. I want to see the Grand Maester be like, wait, what happened?
Yeah, that guy's never without, he's never caught off guard. But if that ever happened, that
would be so much. Like, you have somebody come in and like do that whole whisper in his ear thing, and he tries to gain his composure, and you can see it just in his eyes. He's trying to contemplate. He's being contemplative. What happened? Like, it's George Bush reading the children's book, in the Florida thing.
I was thinking about that too. Yeah.
It's just, that would be the greatest thing ever. Oh man. You know what, Roger? Now I want to see this. I want my life. My life will not be complete until I see the ISB deal with the destruction. But you know what? That should be a 6-episode limited series, like that Fall of the Towers series that they did. What's his face was on? I love that. I love that series. I mean, that's a great idea. Andor season 3. They'll never do it, but man, you, sir, you have now made my day. You've come up with. I'm gonna talk about this online and try and will it into existence.
There you go. That sounds good.
Cheers to you, sir, because that's a great idea. Oh my God, what would they do? What would he do? And that guy with the mustache, he's dead. He was on the Death Star.
Yeah, well, but now you've been promoted because your superior got blew up.
That is such apology accepted. Captain Nita, Admiral Nita. Oh my God, that's so funny. Can you imagine? You know what it has to happen? It's Darth Vader's debrief. He escapes in his TIE fighter. He makes his way to Coruscant, and the ISB is like, they have to debrief Vader and find out what the fuck happened.
Yeah,
There's your. Who wouldn't? I'm talking all the Emmys. All the Emmys.
My
Darth Vader
debrief.
debriefed.
Yeah, my favorite on that is like what's Seth Green's little thing that he did that
Robot Chicken.
Yeah, Robot Chicken, where Vader is calling the Emperor. He's been
That's one of the greatest episodes of Robot Chicken ever.
You say, God, you must smell like burnt crisp death in there.
Yeah. I mean, I would love it if Vader comes in, I don't know how his TIE fighter made it past light speed, whatever, but he shows up in that room and has to be debriefed about what happened. Vader is grilled by the ISB about why, and they're all accusatory. They're like, you're Darth Vader.
Well,
and the Death Star was blown up on your watch?
For yet. What the hell?
Oh my God, dude. I'm telling you, if I don't know if who's watching this live, but somebody tell Kathleen Kennedy, Frank Marshall, come on, tell your wife, whatever. I need to see this. I need to see that room. You've got the set, you've got the extras. You've got people. I want to see the ISB dealing with the aftermath of the Death Star destruction. You know what, Roger? That's my favorite idea. You've made my week, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger.
By the way, that idea is genius. I'm just saying that idea is genius.
Oh, it's totally. And I want to say they did a little bit of that in the comic book series that Marvel most recently released when they did the Darth Vader series, where the Emperor basically grills Vader. But the idea of using this room of the ISB takes it to a whole new level.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's because I can see it.
Yeah.
And it's like 12 Angry Men or whatever. you never. It's the entire hour. It's Werewolf by Night style. It's the entire hour in that room.
Totally.
And it opens, and it's just chaos. All these people like, all talking over each other, Robert Altman style. Shooting it like they're all crazy, and then Vader walks in, and everybody's like, kids are like.
It's like one of those.
And then.
It's like one of those scenes where one person gets a phone call and then another person gets one, and then everything's just beeping.
Yeah, it's chaos. Like The Big Short, when oh my God, Lehman Brothers or whatever, the stocks drop. But and when Vader walks in, only the Grand Maester. I call him the Grand Maester because he's the Grand Maester. He walks up to Vader. He's probably shorter, nose to nose, and looks at him with the greatest disdain ever. And he just says, like, you fucked up. Because Vader can't choke him.
Right.
Like Vader's like, I mean, everyone's dead. Grand Moff Tarkin's dead. Everyone's dead. Admiral Muad'Di's dead. All these people, they're all dead, and they blame Vader. And Vader can't say, it wasn't my fault.
Right.
Yes, it was, dude. It's your fault because you're the only person who's still alive, and you were fucking Tarkin's lapdog, and they're all dead. You're alive. Why?
Right.
Oh my God, that'd be the greatest thing ever. And it's the dressing down. It's an hour-long dressing down, the demythologicalization of Darth Vader.
Right.
Fuck yeah, man. I want that. This is something I didn't know I wanted until 10 minutes ago, and now that's all I can think about. Please give it to me.
Well, we
Please.
got our RTNZ is back, so we've got him on screen here.
RTNZ, how are you?
Yeah, good, mate. How are you? You all
Good
right?
to see you. You know what? I love when you come to us on these member chats when you're outside and you can see what people don't understand is just how goddamn gorgeous. It's not just in Lord of the Rings. Everywhere in New Zealand is gorgeous. Look at that. Come on. Uh-oh. Did we lose you? No, we're still there. We're good.
No, pardon, it's a bit scruffy at the moment, but I've got to cut the grass soon.
Now, you're on the South Island, right?
No, mate. No, I live in Porirua, just north of Wellington.
Yeah, okay. You do. Okay, I always forget it. But you used to live in the South Island. No?
No, mate. No, I used to live. Yeah, you're getting your I think maybe Glenn did.
Oh, you're right. I'm getting my New Zealanders mixed up.
Easy to do, mate. There's not many of us.
But you're all the best people.
Oh, I don't know about that. Well, I'm an immigrant to New Zealand. I'm not originally from here, so
I know.
I'm lucky they let me in. Now, Bob, I'm keen for a reaction from you this morning. And you've done sex already, and you've just covered imperial politics. So I think it's a good segue into religion, which is the next. And it is Sunday
of course, because why not? Let's do religion.
Well.
Okay.
So I'm famous for being late to the party. I was late to the party with Stranger Things. Only saw it a few months ago, and I was late to the party by a year for midnight mass.
Okay.
And what I'm interested, because you're a man who knows the industry but also loves storytelling and it is an aficionado of horror and all the rest. So as a Christian, so I grew up in the Anglican church. My dad was English, so the Catholicism stuff, and I worked in Catholic schools, so the Catholicism stuff is very familiar to me. And as a Christian, I found it an incredibly moving show. But I'm really interested.
You mean Midnight Mass?
Midnight Mass, yeah. It's incredibly moving.
I love Midnight Mass.
That's what I'm interested in. But as a Jew,
yes,
connect with you in terms of the spiritual themes explored.
Okay, here's what I would say. One of the things I love about Catholicism, like as somebody who loves storytelling and all of that, only the Catholics can prevent the devil and vampires from consuming us all. Only the Catholics know. Even as a Jew, like we have Judaism, if you look into Yiddish folktales, the Yeni Welt, the Mirror Realm, the Lamed Vav, we have Lilith and Asmodeus. We got some badass people. But it's the Catholics and their belief that, I mean, and I'm not one of those people. I understand there's elements of the Catholic Church that are not unsavory. But I would say as far as saving the world from the look, if the Cthulhu old ones show up, Catholic Church has got nothing. I'm sorry, we're done. The Catholic Church has nothing. But vampirism, possession, the direct contact to the devil, the only people that can save us are the Catholics. They are the only people. And one of my favorite depictions, and somebody was talking about this. So the movie Fright Night came out, one of my favorite vampire films of the 80s. And there's a great Yes, Roddy McDowell. There's a great point to be made. The only way that you can't, not everybody can just brandish a cross and save themselves from vampires. You have to believe. Yeah. You have to have faith. And in terms of, I think I wish I was a Catholic when I watched this movie, because Chris Carr talks about this. The Exorcist is the greatest movie about Catholicism ever made, because that film is about Father Damien Karras, who he loses his faith. His mother dies. He left his mother alone. She died and he wasn't there. He wants to renounce his belief in God. He doesn't believe. He's lost his belief in God because of the death of his mother and all this. And what happens? What happens in the greatest affirmation of Catholicism ever in the history of all of pop culture is when Damien Karras confronts the devil. He realizes that everything he stood for is real. God is real. The Catholic Church is real. And the only thing that armors him is his belief, is his faith. I mean, Max von Sydow is dead, man. The devil has he killed him. All that is left is Damien Karras's belief, the fact that he's a priest, the fact that he believes in God, and he's like, come into me, take me. And the devil jumps into Damien Karras and he flies out a window. His belief that he is renounced saves him. So the greatest, most I would say, it's my favorite horror movie of all time. And it is also the greatest recruitment video ever made to the Catholic Church. Because if you do not believe the way Damien Karras believed, and by the way, he had his great doubts. He renounced the church. He doesn't believe in God. His mother died alone. If it wasn't for Damien Karras and the Catholic Church, evil would have consumed us all. So I don't know if that's what you wanted to hear.
Well, no, I was just interested in particular about Midnight Mass, because you're absolutely right. Everything you said about
Midnight Mass also deals with the same kind of thing.
It does.
You know, I mean, the church and by the way, and that deals with somebody who's led astray.
Yeah.
Led astray. And I get it. And by the way, Midnight Mass, if you guys haven't seen Midnight Mass, the whole milieu, the island, and the person who a character who did something really bad happened to that. I don't want to ruin it. If you haven't seen Midnight Mass, there's a character that something bad happened. There's incarceration involved. And like all great stories, there's also redemption. Wouldn't you say?
I would. But I think that the great, why I asked you as your perspective as a Jewish person is that Midnight Mass treats both Catholicism and Islam and agnosticism with equal respect. Like, it doesn't push any one of them, but it doesn't run down any of them either, which is, I think, the genius of the show.
I wholeheartedly agree. And, you know, I am not a religious person, but I do love religion. Like, one of my dreams in life is, I've said I want to make the ultimate movie about the story of Job.
Wow.
Yeah, I really do. I love the story of Job. I also love C.S. Lewis's The Screw Tape Letters, and I love Clive Barker's riff on it, The Yattering and Jack. I would love to do the story of Job as a movie. Maybe I'd have to make one more movie because I made one 25 years ago. What's gonna let me make it? But I agree with you. I think the religions of the world are fascinating, and not just the main, like, now we have Islam, Judaism, Catholicism, Christianity, but Buddhism, but there's a lot of other religions as well, lesser known, more indigenous people, their religions, and ultimately all religions have this idea that there is this higher power beyond us. Whether I don't know, I personally don't know if I believe that, because, you know, the idea of intelligent design and all. My grandfather, total, very stoic Jewish Vulcan dude. He reminded me of Spock's father. He was totally Sarek. The one thing he couldn't reconcile in his life, and we'd have these conversations as a kid, I remember this so well, he would say the eyeball. He was obsessed with sight. And he was like, how did sight evolve? I can't believe it evolved. Like, I understand evolution within a species, but how does sight evolve? How did eyeballs evolve? Like, he couldn't reconcile it. And that's why at the end of the day, I think he was a Jewish man who was essentially a born-again Christian.
Yeah. The divine. Yeah. There's an element of the divine in our universe around us. That's there. I'm sort of a similar position to your grandfather about many things.
Yeah, and here's what I really get upset about. I think anybody who's religious, anybody who's looking for the meaning of life is questing for something that we all are. Science is doing the same thing. And it's amazing. Those ideological conversations or explorations are totally valid. What I don't understand is anybody that's looking for the origins of the universe, why are they worried about what books we're reading? You know, why are they worried about heavy metal music? You know, I would say that as human beings, whether it's the pleasures of the flesh or the pleasures of the intellect or whatever, the fact that you're aware of your existence in the universe causes you great existential angst. And if you're that kind of a being, whatever gives you happiness, as long as it doesn't infringe on the happiness of someone else, you cannot impose your desires or wants on another person or take something from another person. You are violating a social construct. But the fact that, I mean, maybe what humanity is supposed to do is we're here to recognize the existence of the universe. Now, if God created, I mean, what I don't like about the Bible is it's so limiting. It doesn't take into consideration the infinitude of the universe. It's so humanocentric, like, well, human beings, like, blah, blah, blah. If you look at the universe, my God, the hundreds of billions of galaxies and how big, it's so insane how big it is. What we don't understand is how amazing it is that we even exist at all. I don't know.
Thank you, RRT.
Gosh, these conversations are whipping me around. I mean, why can't we talk about She-Hulk?
There's a quote that somebody shared with me once saying that humanity, that we are little pieces of the universe that become conscious for the blink of an eye.
We're not even on a galactic scale.
Right.
There's I don't know what video this is. There is a 30-minute video about the history of the universe that goes way beyond, like, after all the stars have died out, the universe is still going to exist for trillions and trillions and trillions of years. This is the most it's on YouTube. Yeah. It is the single most soul-crushing video I've ever watched. I showed it, Elizabeth and I watched it together for the first time, and by the end of it, she was like, I can't watch this anymore. I'm scared. I'm gonna walk away. I mean, and we still talk about it. And she's like, she's all like upset. And I'm like, this is amazing. And she's like, this is terrible. I'm like, no, it's amazing.
You know, you're in for a treat because Earth is destroyed within like the first minute of the video.
Yes. Yes. You know the video. You know the video. And yes. And I found it to be uplifting. I'm like, this is amazing. Right. And because it means that our lives are more amazing than ever. Mm-hmm. In the cosmic infinitude of the universe, so much of our lives are soul crushing, but my God, it's amazing we exist at all.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I think I shared with you that graphic novel. I think it was called 10,000 years or 10 billion years. It's it kind of takes that idea of the uniqueness of our role in the universe. Right?
Oh my God.
So, yeah.
No, it's amazing.
Hey, quick shout out to Glenn Mark, who returned and gave us another $5 super chat, and we'll be asking a question a little bit later on. And Irene Jobson became a new member. And
well, Irene, thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. By the way, Irene, jump into the chat if you want. You know, this is a member chat. You can see on the thing. And I want to thank everybody from the John Campea show who's coming. It's so funny to me. Like, you know, I started this channel in December. It'll be 4 years since I've started doing Robservations. And some people always say, well, you know, Rob, you should have a lot more subscribers. And I'm going to pass 50,000. And I'm like, okay, but it's a different channel. It's different than everyone else. You know, we peddle in positivity here.
And 50,000 is nothing to cry about it. I mean,
no, I mean, I'm like, you know,
that's great.
Yeah. And by the way, there are two things I want to address. Somebody brought up the film festival. Yes, we have not given out awards, but the film festival still happened. It's still up. You can go and watch all the movies. And I still get letters from people whose films are in film festivals. They're like, thank you. I never would have made this before. And yes, am I remiss in not giving out awards? We will give out awards. Kaz Graphics, we actually have a $200 cash reward to give out from Beecher's handmade cheese, and that will be given out. And people have asked, for those of you who don't know, we were going to do a short story competition, and people would have submitted their stories. We did charge a $25 entrance fee because I had to pay people something to read them. This is not going away, and we are going to start this in December. So what we're going to do, just so you know, I have always wanted, I love books of short stories, science fiction, fantasy, horror. We are going to publish in 2023. The goal of this channel, amongst many others, is we are going to publish a hardcover, slip-cased version of a book called The Imagination Connoisseurs. The premise of the book is, I made that term up. I don't know quite what it means, but the premise of this book is your short story, if it's good enough to be in the book, is to define in whatever way you want, what is an imagination connoisseur? How do you become an imagination connoisseur? And what does it mean to live the life of an imagination connoisseur? I don't know what that means. You could write a science fiction story about a space station in 2025. I don't care. This is just and what we're going to do is we're going to publish and we're going to crowdfund, because the printing of the book, I've looked into it. It's going to cost to print it the way I want to print it, with a dust jacket and a thing and all that. It's going to cost 5 figures. So, and we're going to charge, we have to charge a $25 entrance fee. That doesn't mean everybody's entrance fees or stories are going to get in there, but that's only because I have to, pay people to read the stories. Right. And we've already got some. We got them from 2 years ago. They have not been forgotten. We have them, just so you know. And we are going to publish the book probably, I would say, fall of 2023. We're going to reopen the story submissions on December 1st. We're going to finish them at the end of February, three months. And then, because we're gonna read the stories, we're gonna announce on my birthday, May 15th, we're going to of 2023. We're going to announce the winners who are going to be in the collection, and then we're gonna then once we have all the stories done, we are going to crowdfund the book, because we can't afford. I mean, I don't know where I'm going to get, so we have to crowdfund that book. Right. And it's going to be called The Imagination Connoisseurs, and it will hopefully have, depending on the stories, I want it to be thick. I want it to be like an 800-page book. So
awesome.
There you go. Anyway, who's next?
Nate Trujillo is next, but I've asked him to unmute, and I don't know if he's there. Nate, are you there?
He might not be there.
He might not be there. He may have stepped away. Let me just give him another second. All right, so let's go ahead and skip to Marcus Bisma. Marcus, you should be able to unmute now.
What's up, man?
Hi, Rob.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, you sound good.
Okay. So I want to talk about the Ring of Power.
Oh, my God. And, okay, what did you think? What did you think?
Before that, let me talk about fandom. That poster is Manchester United poster. I'm a big fan of Manchester United. That poster has been there. That poster, I have it since 1998. And wow. whether the team is good or bad, and they're doing really bad these days, I watch them every single game. And I think that is the feeling that I have with Ring of Power. I mean, whether it's good or bad, I love Lord of the Rings. And I'm gonna I will watch them, whether even if it's bad.
Sure, I'm with. Look, I worked on those. I spent a lot of my life in the aughts, 2001 to 2004, working on Lord of the Rings. So I get it, man. I'm gonna watch it too. But what did you think?
So, I'm not a Tolkien purist. I mean, for me, you can do whatever you want. Like, I love most of the Lord of the Rings games. They're defeat from the lore, and it's fine. They're great games. I'm mixed bag with until episode 6. It's a mixed bag from episode 7 and 8. I lost it. What the hell? the moment when it lost me, the moment when Galadriel mentioned her husband, I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah, I okay. So let me ask you this: why do you think they chose to make Galadriel the focus of the show?
Because I think because she's in the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings. I think she's Lord of the Rings fans know her name. I think that's it.
But I mean, even Sauron in the Second Age was known as being an elf-looking character named Anatar. I mean, here's what I hated about the show, and I wanted to give it a chance, but Galadriel's been pursuing Sauron, and she's a fucking elf that's 1,000 years old. She actually meets Sauron in human form and doesn't know it's Sauron. And I'm like, you're a fucking elf, man. And you've met this guy, and you even went to Numenor and did research, and you didn't figure out that this guy's lying to you about being king of the southern lands or whatever. And
it was her who meant to keep bringing it up.
Well, yeah, yes, but I'm like, she didn't know. I mean, here's the thing. The thing about Tolkien is that he didn't hide who Sauron is, who Sauron was when he was talking about the Second Age, Anatar, and he was very clear about how that all worked. And I understand when you're making a TV show, it's got to be different, but like, I just felt that Galadriel, who's been pursuing Sauron for a long time, for her to get bamboozled by this dude really took away her agency. I'm like, oh, you're supposed to think she's a badass until this one thing where she's the very person she's looking for. She doesn't know when she's like, oh, because crushing out on him. Well, he's really handsome. I mean, I like this guy. Like, come on, man. And where is Celeborn? Where's her husband?
Only mention one line in 8 episodes.
And he's dead?
Exactly. Okay.
But he's not dead.
No. So does Isildur. So what I'm confused is, okay, first of all, I'm confused with the Sauron revelation. Why make Halbrand so indecisive at times? It's like he was not a driving force of his own story. It was Galadriel who kept pushing him. I'm so confused with that.
Okay, here's the thing. The writers who wrote this show are not good. And what we needed was a Vince Gilligan who wrote Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. A Lord of the Rings show needs an Aaron Sorkin. It needs guys that their only big credit was writing Star Trek Beyond. And by the way, the idea that they use that whole bad robot mystery box element, like maybe not, like who is this person? That isn't storytelling. That's fake. When you're creating a fake mystery, that's the worst kind of storytelling. Because in Tolkien basically told you exactly who Sauron was. There was no mystery about it. The real story is that how is Sauron able to bamboozle the worlds of men and orcs and elves to buy into the rings of power, and how he's able to make one. This idea that you're playing with, oh, who's Sauron? It's so weird to me. I'm like, why is that? Why are you tricking your audience? You have 8 episodes that cost God knows how much money. Why are you not telling us what the story is? Why is Sauron a mystery? Why is Galadriel unable, who's supposed to be searching for this person who's an elf? Why is it that she can't sense who he is? It's all contrived.
The revelation makes sense to you?
No. None of it. Like, none of it made sense to me. It does not make sense to me that Mordor was created in an afternoon. You know, I'm like, okay, someone sticks this into that and water comes down and oh, it's Mordor. I mean, it's such a weird thing to me because all of the Lord of the Rings, everything that Tolkien wrote was a metaphor for his fears about what would happen to England, his land, where he lived, where the agrarian England. He saw industrialization. He saw World War I, trench warfare. He saw beautiful, bucolic areas of nature destroyed by war. And all of this, all of the Lord of the Rings is a story that is a cautionary tale about his way of life being destroyed. He is a fucking hobbit living in the Shire. And the entire Lord of the Rings is about how he, if he could, he's Frodo, you know, getting up and going to Mount Doom through this entire story and saving his way of life. And the people that wrote, you know, there's been a lot of all these vitriolic videos on YouTube about things being woke and this, that, and the other thing. What bothers me the most is don't get mad about gender swapping or race swapping or character swapping. Don't get mad about that. Get mad about bad writing and get mad about storytelling that doesn't make any sense. Yeah. And that's what I hate. And you look at Galadriel, basically you turned your main character. Make Galadriel a warrior, make her whatever. But don't make her stupid. Like, we're supposed to follow this character, but she meets Halbrand, and wow, she's suddenly dumb. Doesn't sense it. Like, how do you not know this guy is Sauron? Like, he pulled one over on you. You're an idiot. I will not follow you anymore, Galadriel, because you're fucking dumb. And how do the people know that she's stupid? He pulled one over on her. I mean, at the end of the last episode, and by the way, the problem is also the showrunners keep mirroring Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. Nothing in this show should be equated to Lord of the Rings, and they do it in every episode. The last episode is Sam and Frodo. There's Mordor, but no, now it's Halbrand. Now it's Sauron looking at Mordor. I'm like, okay. If anything you do looks like Lord of the Rings, you failed us. And that's why I hate this show. I started out learning to like it. I'm like, okay, it is so uncreative and it is so bankrupt in what it is doing. And the people that are writing it, I'm sorry, they're not smart. They're not creative. And the people that have made this show do not understand their own franchise. And I'm so tired of this. And everyone gets mad about, they talk about race or gender. It's not that. It's the story that's being told makes no sense. And I don't care about people's skin color. I don't care about gender swapping. I don't care. What I do care about is bad storytelling. And that's, I hope I didn't go off on a tangent, but
thank you, Marcus.
I mean, I just felt that the show is just, at the end of the day, Galadriel's stupid. She's just stupid. And I'm like, okay, you can survive a volcanic eruption, but you can't figure out that the hot dude that found you or you were in the middle of the ocean with is not. Don't get me started.
Well, and Sauron was stupid too. I mean, he goes in that weird mind trip with Galadriel in that last episode. She wakes up in the river. I'm like, why didn't you just get rid of her right then and there? You could have just ended it right there.
Dude.
But, yeah. Anyway, Nate Trujillo is back. Nate, are you back with us? He had stepped away. Oh, there we go. So he's unmuted now. So Nate, you should be able to start chatting now.
Hey, Rob, how are you doing today?
Nate, how are you, sir? I'm doing good. Although I'm, going off on Galadriel and Rings of Power. I just want people to know I wanted to love Rings of Power. I really did. And I just thought it was, I'm like, what? It's like, why are there hobbits, proto-hobbits? And what's so funny, that tells me everything. Anyway, what did you want to talk about?
Well, I agree with you about Rings of Power. I just thought that the beginning of the show of the series was really slow, but then I always remembered that Fellowship of the Ring was slow, and then it picked up in Two Towers, and then it really went into high gear with Return of the King. So I was like, okay, I guess they're trying to go along with that mode, but it just seemed like there wasn't, even though they're trying to use Gradiel as the central character, it seems like it's still all over the place, and that's where I was like, okay, it's all right. But then, like, it just, you expected so much more because it's Lord of the Rings, for goodness sake.
No, I agree, and all the money they spent on it. What I find so interesting about it is, why didn't they hire the Rand Corporation or somebody to come up with a great storyline for this show?
Yeah.
And you've got this entire mythology that, and the idea that you can't touch the Silmarillion or whatever. I love the idea that they're telling the story of the Second Age and the First War of the Ring. It's a political story. It's a story about how did all of these disparate people, the elves, the dwarves, the world of men, the Harfords, but the Harfords shouldn't even be there, but whatever. How do you convince all of these people with their various own concerns that there is a great evil rising up in their midst? And how do you get people that do not want to cooperate? How do you get them to cooperate and figure out a way to come together to defeat this great evil? You have to get them first to believe that there's a great evil.
Yeah.
They thought was defeated. And then how do we all work together? I hate those people. Fuck them. The elves, like, and they keep changing things, like Mithril. And like they have to give they had to make stuff up about Mithril. And that's not what it was. And hey, can I hang on, Roberto? Nate, can you give me just 1 second? Can I just and don't hold this time here? Can you give me just a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
I have to run out. I will be right back.
We need like Jeopardy music or something in the background. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
Hey, Nate, Roberto here. I had to step away for a second. What happened?
Rob had to step away real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, so he was like, hey, just hold off like this time. So
yeah, and I'm putting,
Rob and I can.
I paused the timer for you, so that way we can wait for Rob to get back.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Sure thing.
I have to say that I like your glasses. It makes it look like you got an Iron Man vibe going.
That's what my kids say. They say that they are. They should have been if there's going to be like a brand name on them, they should be like Tony Stark's or something.
Yeah, Stark
sophisticated
Industries.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
I like to imagine that
Sorry.
Tony Stark at some point will have an armor that comes out of the glasses like this. You put on the glasses,
absolutely,
and then the armor goes out. All right, I'll leave you to Rob.
I'm back. I just want to say sometimes, I love my dogs. I do. I just don't. I grew up in a cat household. I don't understand why I have 3 big dogs. I love them. They're great. And if you meet them, they're so sweet and they love me so much. But my God, they're crazy. And when they start barking, I feel like the world's coming to an end and I have to.
Oh, no.
No, they're great, right? And Sebastian's here is like, oh my god. But anyway, so I'm sorry, I don't mean Nate. What do you think about the Rings of Power? I know. I mean, I know. I
He's like,
know.
yeah, had to
He
come
just
over
loves
and
it.
comfort you.
I mean, look at this guy, and he just turned 10 months old on October 10th.
Oh,
And he's gigantic. He's gigantic, and he just, aren't you, buddy? I feel terrible. We need to get you groomed. But he just.
Well,
oh. Anyway,
Rob,
so what do you want to say?
I wanted to get your thoughts on that end credit scene for Black Adam, because I have a ton of thoughts.
Well, okay. I mean, well, I know Sebastian. Okay, you want to? Sebastian loves leaning on me. His feet are on the ground, but he just loves it. So here's the thing. I mean, I know, Dwayne Johnson, Black Adam, he willed it into existence. I think the unfortunate thing about Black Adam is the writing. And I get it. And 22 years into the modern superhero film, I felt having a superhero movie that was a throwback to the 90s might have been a mistake. And again, I thought he was great. And I love the idea, because one of the big problems of making a Superman movie is, who is Superman going to fight?
Yeah.
Everyone wants to see him punch somebody, and Black Adam is a great way. And plus, the addition of magic is definitely something that they've never established that in the cinematic universe, but because, why would there be magic so far? But now with Black Adam, there can be. And I look, I think it's awesome that Superman is back. Don't touch the keyboard, buddy. He just loves to lick the keyboard. Oh no, dude, don't. Look, he always turns on. It's very funny whenever it touches keyboards, like Apple Music just turned on. And I'm like, dude, I can't hear people when Apple Music turns on. Look, I would love to see a Superman versus Black Adam movie, but I would like to see a Superman versus Black Adam movie written the way Andor is written.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's, and I know that becomes cliche, right, buddy? And you do too. I mean, you want to see a well-written superhero film. I know you do. Yeah, he does. I know. But that's the thing. I don't want to see bad writing. And I, as I've always said about my philosophy about franchise properties is, if you're in charge of writing a franchise property, whether it's Star Trek, Star Wars, Doctor Who, whatever it is, I know, and Sebastian's like, well, I want to write a franchise property. I know you never will. It's fine. But I think the idea of it is, take the franchise out of it. If you're gonna write a story, and I would hope this would, the crux of a Black Adam Superman movie, like Civil War, should be a difference of opinion, a difference of philosophy. If you're Black Adam and you can remake the world into your own image, or you can I don't know, cure cancer or stop famine or whatever through your power, and Superman's like, you can't do that. You cannot allow humanity to rely on you. You have to allow humanity to develop on its own. And Black Adam's like, why? I can remake the world into my own image. That's a really interesting crux of a conflict. Yeah. Now you write that story, forget they're superheroes. Make them, when you're writing it, get rid of all that. You make the story great about that philosophical difference that leads to war, open war between the two of them. Then bring in the franchise nature of it. Then bring in the superheroics of it. Then do that. That's, I mean, unfortunately, the biggest problem facing our beloved Star Wars, Star Trek superhero films is that the writing is bad. Because the people that are writing these shows or movies, they don't take it as seriously as if they were writing, say, I don't know, The West Wing or something. They feel that They feel that, well, it's it's a superhero movie, so we can slack off. We can have the hordes of hell don't matter. I hate that. And I've seen it my entire life, that there are people that, because they're delving into science fiction, fantasy, horror, the level of writing, their thought process is, well, it doesn't have to be that good. And my thought process is like, yes, motherfuckers, it has to be better. It has to be better. You need to write better than fucking the person who wrote The English Patient. And if you're not, then you're never going to win. And Black Adam's biggest problem is the screenplay. It's not good. It's not good. And it could have been great. So
thank you so much, Nate. All right. Sorry, we're kind of cranking through these, Rob. I know it's been already we're almost close to 4 hours on this.
I know. How are you doing? Are you okay?
I'm doing good. It's just that I have an engagement that I have to be at 4:30 later today. So I just want.
So we got 5 more people. No one can raise their hands, which is theoretically 50 minutes, which means
okay. We should be okay.
Right. So no more raising hands.
Yeah. So with Glenn Mark will be our last chat for today. Unfortunately, we kind of had to cap it off there. But Darth Plato, you should be able to unmute now. Maybe not. Darth Plato going once.
Come back. Leave him up.
Going twice. All right. So we will ask. Alon, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Alon, you should be able to unmute.
Yep. Perfect
welcome.
Pronunciation. Perfect accent, actually.
Oh,
it's an Israeli name. So I jotted a couple of quick things that I wanted to point out. First,
lay it on us.
First of all, shalom from Tel Aviv.
Shalom. By the way, everyone's saying that the new episode of Andor is all about Miami. I'm like, no. The new episode of Andor, that's totally Tel Aviv.
That's a great compliment.
I've been to Tel Aviv. I love Tel Aviv. I was in Tel Aviv in 2005, showing at the Tel Aviv Cinematheque.
It's just a couple of blocks from here.
I love. If you guys want to go to a city that knows how to party, and I felt more safe in Tel Aviv than anywhere I've ever been, Tel Aviv.
Oh, well, it's
a
huge compliment.
I love Tel Aviv. It's so much fun, and the chicks are great. The ladies are beautiful.
They are. All right, so a couple of things that I wanted to point out. You talked about religion. You talked about how, like, the Bible sees Earth as like the center of everything, and it's very much like the main focus of it. I just wanted to point out that, like, in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the entire section, the only entry I think about Earth is like one word, harmless, or 2 words after it was changed to mostly harmless. In like the entire.
And one of my favorite, far out in the uncharted backwaters of the unfashionable end of the western spiral arm of the galaxy lies a small, unregarded yellow sun. Orbiting this at a distance of roughly 90 million miles is an utterly insignificant little blue-green planet whose inhabitants are so amazingly primitive that they still think digital watches are a pretty neat idea. I love the Hitchhiker. I've read all the books. I love the radio show.
Yes.
But yes,
so much.
It's the greatest thing ever.
By the way, I still think it's one of the properties that were not done justice.
No, I totally agree.
Yeah.
The best version of it is still the radio series with the radio show that was before even the book.
Never listened to it.
If you listen to it's on CD, you can probably find it online. The original, I know you can. The original radio show of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is genius. It's so good.
It's got to go on my to-do list.
It's great. Great.
Next up, I wanted to say I just had the opportunity to watch Tango Shalom.
last
Oh
week.
no, from an Israeli.
Yes, I loved it.
You did?
Yes, I did. I think like it was very respectful of the way that it depicted Judaism, and I loved every second of it. So thank you.
Wow, you know what? That means a lot because, you know, it was funny. There was actually Hasidic, the production designers. There were girls that were part of the Hasidic community that were on set, and it's still a movie. You know, people have been like,
it is.
But I'll tell you, you know, it played at the Rabat in Morocco. It played in the very first Islamic comedy film festival ever in Rabat, Morocco, and it won the audience award.
Oh.
And that's an Islamic community.
Yeah.
And I was so surprised that that to me was amazing, you know, because my favorite scene in the movie is when Moshe goes to see the imam. And you know what's really funny? There's been a lot of people like, well, a Hasidic rabbi would never go into a Catholic church. And I'm like, yeah, I know. It's a movie. I mean, he's having a problem. Like, he normally wouldn't go into a church, but he's having a crisis of faith. He's walking down the street. He sees a Catholic priest give a homeless guy a sandwich and decides to. The whole point is he's walked into an alien landscape. And it's so funny to me that when people say that. So I'm so glad you liked it. I mean, I'm so glad you because when I started working on it, I didn't know how people would feel about it, because it's a movie. It's all this made up thing, and the whole point is it's supposed to be fun and joyous and the idea that you know, people of all different faiths can connect and you know. So I love hearing you say that.
The name is very appropriate. I mean, it is about tango and it is about shalom, about peace. So it is very appropriate.
I love hearing you say it. Somebody from Israel. By the way, did you see it in a theater? Because we did sell the rights to Israel.
Bought DVD.
Oh, you bought the DVD. It's I think it's coming out in theaters in Israel at some point.
Well, I sure hope so, and I will check it out.
Thanks. I really appreciate you saying so.
And for my main topic,
yes,
or like two topics. So first of all, you have this story about Israeli pirates. I am proud to say that I am a part of a fellowship of streaming services. We're a group of friends who are sharing, like each one of us is paying like for one streaming service, and we have like a profile in each. So we're sharing passwords. This is a private video, but I wanted to say that I was very, very surprised that we didn't have any leaks of any House of the Dragon or Game of Thrones content, and up until yesterday, and I spoke too soon.
Was it you guys who leaked it?
Well, no, I swear to God, not. But yeah, I was very surprised that like the leaks waited until the very last episode.
Right.
And I wanted to ask, like, what do you think could be the impact of like something like that on like the finale, or like the.
Well, in terms of, okay, that's a very good question. Look, here's for me, you know, having a Dolby Vision 4K TV, I don't want to watch some torrented whatever. And what I find here's one of the things that frustrates me about, and here's one of the reasons I loved Israel. I mean, raised as a Jew in Seattle, in a very Reformed Judaism community, one of the things I loved going to Israel. Going to Israel in 2005 meant the world to me. And everybody that brought me there, it was incredible. But everybody in Israel was so worried. They're like, yeah, we're like downloading stuff and we're getting like, and they were all apologetic about it.
Yeah.
And I was like, look, man, if somebody made it available to you commercially, you would be the first people to buy it.
Exactly.
So the fact that they're
was
not
very,
making
very prominent in like the early 2000s.
Oh yeah, and they couldn't. The people that and they're all very smart, and they're like, we want to pay, we want to get. They couldn't get it. You know, one of my favorite things I got when I was in Tel Aviv in 2005 was I got a DVD of Batman Begins with the title in Hebrew, and I'm like, yeah, I still have it. And I'm like, there's no reason in this day and age, if the powers that be are not going to allow anybody to stream what they want. I don't know what, because some idiot uploaded it. They know where it came from, and somebody uploaded it to the high seas, the Pirate Bay, whatever. I don't think it's going to affect anything about HBO, but what it does is it diminishes the fun of it all. You know, like the whole point is like at 6 o'clock Pacific time, you know, if you have HBO, it's like we have to watch it now, you know, and I think that, you know, this is collectively, civilization is when we all collectively agree to certain basic tenets. Like when a light turns red at a traffic stop, you stop.
Yeah.
So no one gets hurt. I really wish that fandom, because obviously it's fans, people like, oh my God, I'm going to download this and send it to people. The question is, if you are a fan, if you love House of the Dragon, why would you then diminish the experience of people seeing it together? Or like, what do you get out of releasing it early? So I don't think it hurts HBO. I just think that it diminishes everybody when there is a sense that the world, like, why not keep things special? Isn't that, you know, what's important? And I that's the only thing. And I like whoever uploaded that Game of Thrones thing, because that was so premeditated. What does he hope to achieve, or they hope to achieve? Whoever did it, like, what are they trying to do? Like, we can wait another couple days, can't we? It's not like the book's not out there. So why diminish? Every time somebody diminishes the lives of other people, it pisses me off. It bothers me. So
thank you so much, Alon. We're gonna go back to Darth Plato, who should be back with us now. Darth, you should be able to unmute, my friend.
How's it going, man?
I'm okay.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Thank you. What you're talking about a little before about Darth Vader going into the ISB room to be I doubt,
debriefed.
Yeah, I doubt that very much that it would go down like that.
Yeah, no, I'd love to see it though,
but
because he still is, and I mean, he would. Even Darth Vader would realize he needs to answer for something that happened. I do believe that he. I mean, I could see him wanting to set some record straight, or you could say, well, he doesn't need to.
Sure, I don't think it would go down like that.
Yeah,
going into that room and talking to that guy, I don't think that guy's going to be the guy to do it.
Well, maybe not, but I mean, he's got to talk to somebody, and maybe that's the highest ranking guy that's left. Like they moved the Empire to the Death Star. I mean, it's a pretty big place.
I know who the highest ranking guy is. He's Palpatine.
Okay, well okay, right, yeah, but okay, here's the thing, but yes, but the ISB still needs to figure out, like, how can we stop this from happening again?
Sure.
So yeah, it could be, but I mean that's a good point. Palpatine's a guy,
yeah,
but that's not as fun. It'd be more fun to see him walk before the guy dressed in black before all the gleaming white functionaries in the room.
Look at the way this is how it works in the days past. That is, whoever's the highest ranking person, you go to them. They don't go to you. So if there's going to be a confrontation between Vader and these guys, they're going to go to him. He's not going to go into their place.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. we don't even know what Vader's ranking in Star Wars.
That's true.
He's working. I mean, he is an underling of Tarkin, or is he an advisor? We don't know. So it would be. I mean, I think it's interesting. Tarkin calls Vader his friend. You know, you're the last, my friend. You know, so maybe Vader is a civilian advisor, and if he's a civilian advisor, then he would have to. If the Imperial Security ISB summoned him, he'd have to go and be like,
sure, but they're going to go to him.
Well, they might, but they still might summon him. Like, okay, we gotta. Only because on Coruscant, it's like, look, man, we need to know how to prevent this. What can you tell us? I mean, you survived. You're the only survivor of the destruction of the Death Star.
Yeah.
What can you tell us, please?
Yeah,
So they might go with their hat in their hands and go, please, Mr. Vader, sir.
Sure, that's true. That's how it would go down.
Yeah.
But you know, that reminds me that scenario that you just laid out, that's actually happened before. There was off the top of my head, there was an incident in the Zulu War in 1879 where a British captain took his company out, and something went wrong. The entire company was ambushed and lost, and he was the only survivor. Now, no one knows exactly what happened, but the suspicion is that once trouble started, he hightailed out of there because he was the only one on pushback.
Yeah. But the funny thing about Vader was, you know, he can say, look, man, I was out in the front lines. Literally, my TIE fighter was literally on the front lines going after the rebels, and I got bushwhacked by some Carillion asshole in a Carillion freighter.
Wait. Let me get the. You were shot down by a Carillion freighter. Is that right?
No, he wasn't though. Other people were, and he got the explosions sent him, flung him out. You know, he has plausible deniability, but the fact is, Vader he stepped up, man. When the Death Star he was at the front lines. He's like, you know, Darth Vader had nothing. He has nothing. He has no reason to be ashamed. He was right there. Tarkin's like, evacuate in our moment of triumph. I think you overestimate their chances. Vader's like, fuck it, I'm going in prepare my TIE fighter. He didn't say prepare my shuttle so I can light off. He went and fought. Vader's a man.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering whether or not even any of the ISB people would even survive that event. Someone's going to get scapegoated for that.
Yeah, no, totally. And you know, and by the way, the Empire can spin it the way no one knows the Death Star was at Yavin. You know, it's not like it's tonight on the 6 o'clock news.
They're sure to do. The rebels are going to make sure everyone knows.
Well, yeah, the rebels will after it happened, but that's all enemy propaganda. You know, but I want to see that the whole thing. I want to see how it plays out now.
Yeah, I hear you.
You know what I mean? I mean, that would be, and again, I mean, the thing is, what Andor has showed me is that the Star Wars universe has been not nearly as fleshed out as other fictional universes have. There's so little we know. There's so little backstory. I mean, there's video games and comics and novels, but on film, there's been so little, so we just don't know like what would happen. And I think why I find Andor so intriguing is whoever thought that someone's domestic home life and dealing with their mother in the Star Wars universe could be an interesting plot point, or whoever thought that an imperial dignitary like Mon Mothma, and why would her husband even be of interest, or her errant millennial daughter? Who cares? But they've made us care. It's interesting. What do you think of Andor?
Oh, I love it. I've been wanting to get back to Mon Mothma for a long time.
It's pretty great, right?
Yeah, I love it. It's I don't appreciate that people complaining that it's boring. It's like a kid in the back seat saying, "I'm bored." Well, shut up, kid.
Dude, I am so with you. Look, I've always hated the whenever my first reaction was it's boring. I'm like, no, you're boring. I don't want to say that, but it is true. Like you're bored, but why are you bored by this? What's boring about it? I mean, what it's so frustrating. So frustrating. But I don't know, we're getting some great stuff.
Honestly, just don't reciprocate if someone says that, because it's completely subjective. Oh, I think it's boring. Well, that's purely subjective. There's nothing I can do with that.
But the thing is, the people that say this, here's my problem, is it also speaks to the world at large. What I need people to be is people that aren't bored. Our civilization is at a point where I need people that aren't bored. If you're easily bored, we can't use you, because your opinions are going to be actually detrimental to the continuation of our species, because there's a lot of things that we need voices to achieve. And if you think these things are boring, I mean, go back and play video games. Don't complain. Allow the people that aren't bored to handle the problems. But I just do think that don't if you're bored by Andor, I hate it. I hate that you've made me dismiss you. I don't want to feel that way.
They do it their own sound. There's no alternative.
I know. I hate it, because I want to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. But when you tell me you're bored, my first I'm so childish. I'm like, no, you're boring. That's what I'm thinking in my mind. But I'm like, well, okay, I understand where you're feeling. You can feel the way you want.
Yeah, there are YouTubers that post videos with that in the heading. Andor is boring.
Yeah, and I'm like, you're when you say boring, I'm like, you're done. I have no use for you anymore. Because if you think Andor is boring, I mean, I know 10 movies, 10 science fiction films. Like I would go, if you think Andor is boring, as much as I love this movie, I would defy you to watch Andrei Tarkovsky's Stalker. Watch Stalker. I guarantee you, if you think Andor is boring, you couldn't get through the first half an hour of Stalker. Not that has to be a badge of honor. I'm just saying that what you think is boring, you don't even know what's boring. Right. And I love Tarkovsky.
Well, I touched on it last night briefly, but part of what's going on is people are checking out because they see Andor's Fruit of the Poison is true. Well, KK's name is on it, therefore it must not be good.
Which is so weird to me, because if you play the odds, if you go to the IMDb and you look at all the movies that Kathleen Kennedy's name is on as a producer, beginning with E.T. in 1982, 40 years ago, what has she done that has disappointed you aside from Star Wars, which, by the way, uniquely, which was bought by Disney? Kathleen Kennedy has to do what Disney wants her to do. And what was interesting is she tried to hire all these innovative, interesting people, whether it was Lord Miller to make Solo. It didn't work. She tried. It didn't work. And it's like, people don't like Kathleen Kennedy. Oh, really? You don't think that Kathleen Kennedy got Jon Favreau next to Dave Filoni? You don't think she greenlit Andor? You don't think she did all the good things? You don't think that she was there when J.J. Abrams was hired to write Force Awakens? She shouldn't have allowed Lawrence Kasdan to be marginalized. I know it's tough, but blaming Kathleen Kennedy is, in my mind, it shows ignorance. That's just me.
Thank you so much, Darth. We just got a Norwegian Kryptonian super chat for 55 NOK. So I'm not really, I'm guessing that's Norwegian kroner. Why do I feel like I'm going to buy another Henry Cavill Superman hot toy? Shine on you guys. Shine on you.
Because you are. And by the way, I will too, and will do it happily. They have made, I think there are four Henry Cavill hot toys. There's Man of Steel. There's Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. There is Justice League, and there is Black Suit Justice League.
Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Zack Snyder's Justice League. So if we can have another Hot Toys figure, I mean, I'm
Why
sure they'll
not?
make it.
All right, Justin Toner is up next. Justin, you should be able to unmute already. Yeah, you're unmuted. Go ahead and
I'm good.
Yeah, there you go.
What's up, dude?
Hey, Rob, how you doing?
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
What is up?
Well, my budget's been tight lately, so I haven't been able to buy as much physical media as I would like.
Me too.
But I got this week finally. I got the new Poltergeist.
Okay, can I just tell you? I ordered it from Zavvi. They waited. They finally told me, because I ordered it late, that they did not have my deluxe box set of Poltergeist.
Oh no!
This week they refunded my money.
Oh no!
You know what's so funny about that? I don't want my money back. I want the fucking disc. Just give me my special edition. So I've seen the transfer. Have you watched it yet?
No, not yet. But everyone, it's like,
Bruh.
I didn't own. I've always loved this movie. I haven't watched it in a long time, and I've never owned it. So when this came out, I was like, well, I definitely should get it. And then when everyone was like, dude, transfer is like A++, I'm like,
Zavvi fucked me. They fucked me on and by the way, I love Zavvi.
I know Zavvi's good.
I love Zavvi. I love him. But you know, and here's the thing. By the way, let me just throw this out there. Anyone's looking at this, I desperately want the Zavvi steelbook for David Fincher's Zodiac. The director's got the long version. I thought I'd ordered it. And I'm like, I don't know why. I thought when I first saw it, I was like, click. Apparently I didn't. That's on me. It's sold out.
Yeah.
I desperately want. I love fucking Zodiac. And I have the Japanese Blu-ray. I desperately want that 4K director's cut steelbook. If anyone, I'll pay. Don't send it to me. Hey, I don't want it so bad.
Someone hook Rob up. Hook him up,
please.
I lucked out too because like I went to the Best Buy near me and it like they definitely are selling like the physical media there because it's like there's a lot of stuff gone. Like the Lost Boys, I think it was probably Stone Sucker. They're probably in the back because like the Poltergeist wasn't out front in the new releases. So I went up. I was like, the website says you got some copies left, and he's like, we'll check. And he's like, yeah, there was like we got like 2 copies left, and they're in the back. We'll get one for you. So it's like I got like the second last copy in the store.
Justin, you just reminded me. I have a steelbook. I need to get it because I've only got a few, unless stuff I've ordered that's coming in this week. I have the Limey with Terrence Stamp. I have my steelbook of the Limey that I have to pick up at the San Bernardino Best Buy. It's after the show is over.
Those steelbooks, especially the Best Buy ones, you gotta pre-order them like way ahead of time. Because,
dude,
like, they vanish.
I don't even know why they don't even want to sell physical media. I don't even know why they bother.
Yeah, and if you go on the website, like the Poltergeist and Lost Boys steelbooks from through Best Buy, sold out. Can't get them through the website.
No, you can't.
They gone.
No, but I you just made me realize the Limey. I'm gonna go get it. I forgot I even ordered. I'm like, oh my god, it's there. It's waiting for me to pick it up.
And it was cool. I was talking with the employee. It's like because they got like a person up front and be like, like to help you. And and it's like he had another colleague run into the back to find a copy of Poltergeist for me. So we were talking and we were just talking about this meeting. He's just like he goes, yeah, it's really surprising. He goes, it's really surprising me how like physical media is still selling. I'm like, yeah, it's a good thing, these days. And I'm like, well, it's definitely the 4K is definitely helped. But I mean, he's like, yeah, man. It's like he goes, he mentioned, I forget what it is. He was like, you gotta watch like the 4K of something or other, and he was blown away. I'm like, it's like, yeah, dude, it's like we're in an age of riches right now with
oh my god,
restorations that they're doing it, and the stuff coming up. It's just like it seems like every week I'm like, whether it's on Twitter or on Blu-ray.com, it's like there's new announcements of like, look what's coming up to fight. I'm just like, wow.
No,
it's like It just keeps on. It's like you and Dieter are going to have play. It's like Let's Get Physical Media is going to be around for a while because it's like there's so much stuff in the pipe and so much to talk about.
No, it's amazing. And friends of the channel, Twin Flicks, did a great. If you guys don't subscribe, if you like physical media or not, or just are interested, Twin Flicks, they do comparisons between former releases and new 4K releases. They have a great video out. They just put out about Fright Night, and the 4K disc of Fright Night is incredible, and it's incredible. And they go into, that's from '85. They go into detail with the original Blu-ray, which was not good. And so Twin Flicks really did they've been doing terrific videos when they compare different transfers together, and it's great. I mean, reviewing that, and like I've been blown away. I've been since setting up our media room, I've been looking at all these things in 4K. It's unbelievable. Like it's very funny. I've got like 500 4K discs, and I didn't actually have a screen to look at proper OLED 4K Dolby Vision discs. Now I do, in an optimal room that I've tweaked out.
Nice.
And wow, amazing. Like buying physical media, it's been 42 years I've been buying physical media, and now I'm like, oh, I mean, there's some things that are just never going to come out in 4K. I get it. So now my buying is now almost anything. Like next week or in 2 weeks, the third Columbia box set, it's all black and white movies except for Annie. But the stuff they're putting out, I mean, in 4K, as long as the transfers are good, as long as they don't. I mean, people like,
you mentioned The Exorcist earlier. They finally announced Exorcist 4K.
When did they announce that?
I've heard that's coming in the pipe. It's like some people on Twitter that are the kind of people who are like, they're like in the know, or like, like get ahead of the game. Kind of
but it hasn't been officially announced.
No, it's not officially announced, but it's apparently it's in the works.
Oh no, it's beyond that. I'll say it right now. It's very much done.
I'm excited for that because it's like
well, next year 2023 is the 50th anniversary of
that's
the
probably
Exorcist.
why.
It's it is guaranteed. It's also the 100th anniversary of Warner Brothers. So, and let me just give a shout out to George Feltenstein and the people at Warner Archive. Next week for Halloween, Tuesday, Dr. Jekyll, the 91-year-old Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde comes out on physical media. The restoration is insane. I mean, I know a lot of people aren't excited about a 91-year-old movie, but it did win 2 Academy Awards. It's an amazing film, and the transfer is unbelievable. So very excited.
I go back quickly to Bond earlier, like you. I'm like, where's the 4K Bonds, man? Because it's like I got this is one of my favorite things I have is Dr. No through Spectre in one box set. So I mean, but if it's in 4K, I was like,
I mean, it's very frustrating.
I may just buy them all over again. I don't care. It's like usually I don't like to double dip too much, but if it's Bond, it's like
look, 4K is the end of physical media. That is where, and when you get, I mean, now that I'm looking through my collection, I forgot how much, I have like 500 4K discs. I'd forgotten how much I'd bought, and oh my God. I sat Elizabeth down. I showed her Dune. I go, hey, baby, watch this. And it's unfucking real. It's unreal. And it is that good.
Arrow did a great job with Lynch's Dune restoration. That's like last year.
I've got the a Coke big box set, the giant lucite box. It's amazing.
I got the limited edition one from Arrow that's got had like the booklet and everything, the art booklet. It's like in the library cards. It's sweet. But
I look at what's really good. You know what I love? Here's something I love in 4K. I have the Studio Canal version of Oliver Stone's The Doors in 4K.
Nice.
It fucking rules. The soundtrack, like, oh my God. And I've been tweaking. I'm still our little media room. I had a conversation today about this projector I wanted.
Yeah.
It's $12,000. And I'm like, And my friend, he's like, I can get it for you for half price. I'm like, huh? But with being mortgage poor, I don't know where I'm going to come up with 6.
Right.
But
That's,
still,
if you had the money, that's
like
a hell of a deal.
maybe, just maybe. But yeah, and then the screen, and I'm like, and it's funny because my friend who he installs home theaters for a living, he's like, well, you know, my home theater system, the speakers alone are $50,000. I'm like, I don't have a room that would support that. I mean, my home theater sound system is about $5,000, and that's excessive for the room. It's way overpowered. But if I can get and in the room, the throw is I can have 120 to 30-inch screen, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's what I want, and I'm gonna do it. I'll figure it out. I don't know where I'm
Thank you
gonna do
so much. Thank you, Justin. Rob, the Jekyll and Hyde that you're talking about,
yeah,
that's the one where the director used very creative lighting effects to do the special effects, knowing that it was in black and white, using gels and stuff. That they would come through in black and white in a way that would actually look very realistic.
Yes, sir. And that is a 91-year-old film.
Yeah,
it comes out from Warner. And amazing film. It won 2 Academy Awards, and Warner Archive is putting it out. I mean, our man George Feltenstein, you know, the mover and shaker behind it, and they spent a lot of money to restore these films. And God bless Warner Brothers for ponying up the cash to take films in their archives and make sure we get them.
Right.
You know, and the Warner Archive, I mean, what people don't know about them, what's amazing about Warner Archive is if you look at the bit rate of their video, like their bit rate for their picture is usually way higher than the bit rate on their major modern releases. So you get a much better, you know, experience because they make sure you do. And that's great. God bless him.
We have bookending our chats here today. Glenn Mark Hibbert, you should be able to unmute, and I'm adding you to the chat now. There you are.
Cheers, sir. How are you?
Thank you, sir. Good. I've got some lovely days today since we've come into our summer.
I know, my God. You know, so you know, people in America don't realize that below the hemisphere, you go into the southern hemisphere, the seasons are flipped.
Yes, indeed.
And my God, New Zealand and Australia, as we go into our winter and you go into your summer, man, it's amazing.
Yeah, but we don't get a snowy Christmas though. And as a kid, I always desired to see that because we had so much American television.
You can't have everything. You can't have everything.
Quick shout out to RM, if I may. I have to say, I never thought that I'd be excited for the day that I become a silver fox. You know.
Wow. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, and I was just thinking about Tay Colmer and how he's called a silver fox. So that would make Mon Mothra the vixen of the party, would you say?
Oh my God.
The red hair, even, you know.
Don't even. I mean, let me just tell you, I would tear her underwear off with my teeth. Joyously so. I just, oh my God.
That's
Wait,
your
what?
That's your version of a debriefing, isn't it, Rob?
Yes. Yes. Okay, hang on.
Sorry. That was a James Bond joke too, I believe.
My God, what's Bond doing? I think he's keeping the British end up, sir. Yes, you are correct. I would love to debriefs Mon Mothma.
Anyway, all right, moving on.
Wouldn't we all? Wouldn't we all? Well, you know what's really funny? What that actress does not know is she's now become a sex symbol. Like she's gonna have like pinups on young boys' walls. Like, I want to meet someone just like Mon Mothma. I can only imagine what the rest of her like career is going to be like. And God bless her. I hope she loves it. Because I'm going to be first in line. Could you please sign my pinup of you?
Yes,
Anyway,
yes.
how are you? Where were we?
I just wanted to quickly say what John was going on when he was talking about where how Rings of Power was filmed in New Zealand, and how he was saying that Tolkien only ever wanted it was set in England, and so he was fine with it moving to England. But what I have found is when I've spoken to England people, they love New Zealand because it reminds them of a younger England, and I think that's probably why it kind of suits the Middle Earth.
Yes, I mean I agree with that 100%. I mean the thing about New Zealand is Tolkien was the Lord of the Rings is all about the industrialization of the Shire. And if people know Lord of the Rings, the scouring of the Shire, the way the Lord of the Rings ends, is horrifying. Unlike the movies, Sam, Merry, Pippin, and Frodo return to a horribly transformed Shire that's an industrial nightmare. And that's because Saruman and Wormtongue have gone there. And it's terrifying. And here's the thing about New Zealand, having spent time there, I mean, from 2001 to 2004, I was in New Zealand a lot. I was back and forth, and during Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, we were there for 14 months. It's one of my favorite places I've ever been. The people, the food, the landscapes, everything about New Zealand is wonderful. And from a monetary standpoint, I understand that people. What are you barking at me for? Come here, Tallulah, come here. Don't come here. Come here. No, my dog's barking at me. She's like, what? The fact is, New Zealand has an entire really great industry that was left for dead, essentially, by that show. They wanted to be closer to home or whatever. I don't know why. I mean, the tax reasons, it bums me out that they moved that entire production that has a huge economic impact on New Zealand. They moved it away. It sucks in my mind.
That's okay.
Is it?
Well, I mean, well, it seems that New Zealand's becoming desirable for a lot of film companies to come along. So we'll have people again.
No, I agree, and I have a project that I would love. I have a project that I want to bring to Weta Digital, Weta Workshop. I mean, I would love, if I can get the money to make this project, I would love to come down there, because the cruise in the two places that I've been that I had the most fun with cruise were New Zealand and Bulgaria. Believe it or not, same kind of thing. Pulling up your pants by the bootstraps. What do you call it? Baling. What is it? Duct tape and baling wire or something like that?
Yeah, number eight wire.
Yeah. And you can do anything with that, and it's true, you can. I mean, and I look, working in New Zealand and everybody there, I have never had more fun than the time I was in New Zealand, working on the behind the scenes of Lord of the Rings and Chronicles of Narnia. And by the way,
I couldn't have met you then. What a bummer I wasn't around to meet you.
Oh man, I mean, we were like in Oamaru for like 6 weeks.
Yeah,
Elephant Rocks, and I mean, and then we're in Christchurch for a long time. Every day we drive up to Flock Hill, which was like a 90-minute drive. It was great. I loved it. I love New Zealand. And back when I was married, my wife came to visit me, and we went up to was it Rotorua?
Yeah.
Is that where the hot
place you
springs are?
smell before you get there? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they had the Duxton. There was a hotel there, the Duxton, and there was also one in Wellington, it's no longer there. I mean, the hotel's probably there. It's not the Duxton anymore. But man, did I love it. Look, and now we've got American rich people like building apocalyptic underground bunkers or whatever. Yeah, but I'm like, man, do I love New Zealand. It's the best.
Quick shout out to Roberto, if I may, before we close out. I just wanted to thank him for putting Tolkien Untangled on the radar. I think that they should have hired Rainbow Dave to do the script writing for, for Rings of Power. I've really been enjoying his breakdown of what he would like to have seen Rings of Power be, and it's terrific. You know that he loves the lore. He knows a lot about Tolkien and his works, and it's. What did you enjoy that, Roberta?
Yeah, he's a Tolkien scholar. I mean, but you have to have the time. I mean, each one of his YouTube videos is like 2.5 hours long, and but he goes. I mean, he really does break down how you would with the material that they had, and he does make some exceptions. He says, well, you would have had to have a little bit of the Lost Tales and a little bit of this, but just enough to be able to tell the story. And yeah, I mean, and I think interesting that you bring that up because. One of the things that he focuses on is how you would do time jumps, and that the current production has been afraid of doing time jumps.
Don't condense.
And then you look at something like House of the Dragon, that how you can do it correctly, right? I mean, there are ways in which you can take those leaps and make it work.
Absolutely.
So I found it interesting that he brought that up as a specific point that this show missed out on. So yeah, well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I hope other people check it out too.
Yeah, and bringing in Ilsa's wife. And go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I wish everybody could go to New Zealand. I mean, Americans, if you haven't traveled and you're looking for places to go, the North and South Islands of New Zealand, and by the way, they are very amenable to traveling. If you rent a car and you can drive all around the North Island, take a ferry to the South Island. And when you get to the south end of the South Island, it's wine country. And my God, New Zealand is an amazing place. And what makes it great are the people. They have this, when I was there, they were called lifestyle plots, I think.
Lifestyle blocks.
Lifestyle blocks where it was like, what is it, 3 acres or something?
Yeah, and sometimes a little more or less.
Yeah, more. And what was amazing was a lot of people would make their own little wine. And there were people that you could like certain days or on the weekends, they would sell their wine like that they had made like in front of it was amazing. I loved it, man. And I would sit there and just talk to people, and everybody in New Zealand was nice. They were all nice. You talk to them, they would want to talk to you. It was amazing. And I'd be like, have you guys seen Jeff Murphy's movie Utu about the Maori warrior? And they're like, wait, you know that movie? Yes. I have it only on DVD. One day maybe it'll be. Oh no, I have it on DVD. If you haven't seen Utu or The Quiet Earth, just saying, great New Zealand films.
Glenn Mark, thank you so much. Rob, that was it for today.
Well, Roberto, this was, it's so funny. We're like, we'll do it for 2 hours.
Yeah, I know.
First of all, I want to thank you so much for,
Sorry for all the technical challenges today.
No. 4 hours and 41 minutes of your time. I mean, my God.
And
I want to thank
Stubble McShave just wanted me to let you know to check your Twitter DMs. He's got something that he sent you, so he wanted to remind you to do that.
I know not everyone's here. I want to thank everybody for being members of the channel. It's so great that you support this. I mean, I can't, I've been buying some lights and stuff. I mean, all the support you give me does go into this channel. I got cameras and all that. Look at Galadriel. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. And I think we have a great community. And for those people who are wondering, yeah, we are going to do the short story competition more. And more things happening. I've been doing more observations, and because people have been, they're like, you want to see the response to bringing that back. Whining About Movies comes back a week from tomorrow.
Nice.
Whining About Movies. We're going back, and the first movie we're doing is Everything Everywhere All at Once. So a week from tomorrow, because there is no more House of the Dragon, we are bringing back Whining About Movies. Elizabeth Gwendolyn Bell with these new microphones. She will have her own microphone to talk. She doesn't. Technically we'll have. Oh yeah. What? Why?
Rob, is the reason you're getting the Giorgio figure because you really want a Everything Everywhere All at Once figure?
No. I mean, ever since Empress Sato was crowned in Enterprise, the episode of Enterprise, I mean, look. I mean, I wouldn't say I have yellow fever. That's the wrong way to put it. I would say that I'm an admirer of women from around the world, and if they're the emperor of the the universe, I'm like, okay. I mean, Michelle Yeoh is someone that I've loved for years, and I will buy her figure. Tallulah, come here. Why? Tallulah just wants. I mean, I don't know, but yes. So Elizabeth will finally have her own microphone. So will I will be retiring this microphone that she bought me 4 years ago. I have 2 of these, and it will be a much better show with multiple angles and all of that. So next Sunday, Whining About Movies will return.
Awesome.
So,
all right.
I want to thank everyone for being members of the channel. Thank you for supporting this channel. And by the way, we're going to kick it up in 2023. 2022, we had to get a house. It's been rough. It's been tough. It's been, whatever. We could never, we're living in a house. We could never afford to rent the house we used to live in, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So, I mean, my mortgage is less than my rent would be.
Oh yeah, totally. No, it's ridiculous.
So that's been some crazy stuff. So, gosh, Tallulah, come here, Tallulah, come here. You know what? With all your barking, if you're gonna bark, you come be on camera. You want some popcorn? Come here, Tallulah, come here. Come up here. Come here. Yeah, come over here. Show everybody. No, okay, just don't eat it. Show everybody how pretty you are. Look at how pretty she is. Look at her. She's a pretty girl. Aren't you? I know. All you want is your barbecue popcorn. Okay. All right, fine.
All right, Rob, we're going to go ahead and close it up. So,
all right, everyone. Thank you for being here. I very much appreciate the support. And we'll be doing an episode of something tonight. I don't know what that is, but we will be there. Thank you all for being here. And Roberto, thank you so much. And thank your wife
for
allowing you to donate this time.
My pleasure. We'll see you next time.